I am 100% muted. Thank you so very much, Sean Sullivan. That would have taken me an embarrassingly long time to figure out. I muted myself because I was rattling around on my desk while setting up for the stream. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I guess I'll do my intro again here. Uh, Thank you all for joining me on this week's Tuesday night live stream. Tonight we were just doing a shit ton of basing. So as I said before, but you didn't hear, one of the things that I always seem to put off with miniature painting is the bases of the models. I always think I'm going to do them later, and I end up not getting back to it. And I have a big Lord of the Rings commission that I'm almost done painting, as well as to catch up on the D&D Friday Night Monster Manual painting that we're doing, painting everything in the Monster Manual every Friday. I'm pretty far behind in my basing. It just kind of hasn't caught up to me yet, but tonight I'm taking aside this entire live stream and going to just 100% just be working on making bases. So thank you all so very much for joining. This Friday coming up, we're actually going to do a jumpy-do in the Monster Manual. So as you know, we are about to wrap up the A section. And to be clear, I'm not doing the letters in order just because that could get very boring. I'm actually jumping all the way to S for this next model. I had a special request to do a Spectator, or rather somebody mentioned that they were painting a Spectator model and they wanted some questions, and I figured, okay, well, easiest way to answer these questions would just kind of be do it live on camera, and that way that individual can follow along, which is exactly kind of why I started Good Enough Painting, was to share this hobby targeted specifically at beginners. And yeah, I am very excited for doing all of this, and turn that down just a little bit. And let's go ahead and it's a little bit more chill. There we go. And we're going to continue on. But anyway, I said thank you very much for joining me, Pie Master, Tiergan, Anasaurus Reeds. I guess now we got some other viewers. I can't see who the viewers are on YouTube Live, but if you are there, thank you very much for watching on YouTube. I'm a little bit late on my next upload, so sorry about that. I had some technical difficulties, but let's just dive in, because I'm really excited just to get going, and I don't want to talk anymore. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to tackle some of the Lord of the Rings commission that I had. So this is the Lord of the Rings set from Fantasy Flight Games board game, as well as the Descent into Darkness expansion, I believe. Most of these are models that I painted, but there were a couple of them, like these over here, that this individual had already painted, and that I'm just going to finish up for them. So I'm going to go ahead. Actually, I'll put those off to the side, because these aren't sealed yet, and I want to be careful with them. We're going to start painting them all. We're going to start doing all the bases here. So we're going to need our wet palette. And what I like to do is when I'm doing a base and for a model, the first thing I like to usually do is put down, especially no matter how I'm going to do the base, I like to just paint because I normally paint in like black and use a zenithal. I like to paint the actual base of the model in just a nice dark tone, so that if anything shows through or any basing material comes off, it doesn't look super obvious. So I'll paint it in a nice solid color that goes with how the model is going to be based. So here we have Legolas, and where's Arwen? There we are. Legolas and Arwen. We're going to go ahead and base these two in a nice woodland theme. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down a very nice dark brown, and we'll move on from there. So go ahead and clip these into a couple of miniature holders, and we're just going to scoot everything else off to the side, so nothing gets messed up. There we go. So now we have these two. I wish you all could see over here next to me. I have just 3 giant bins full of basing and flock and all of that, because doing the bases and terrain flocking and things like that is actually my favorite part of this hobby. Outside of the miniature, I mean, even including things like painting the minis themselves, all of that, my favorite number one thing to do is actually to base the models. So this right here is 100% where I am at. Let's go ahead. That'll work. Get some tea. All right. So for this dark brown, I'm going to be using some oak brown by Army Painter and a little bit of, oh, it's already out. We're just going to mix in a little bit of black. Shake these up a little bit. So how is everybody doing this week? I haven't really had my ear to the pulse. I've been hurriedly rushing and attempting to make sure that I get everything done on my current project, and then all of the video editing. I've just been so busy. Plus my day job's been pretty busy too, so I've definitely not had a lot of time to connect with any of my regulars on the side. Hope everybody's doing well. I hope their projects are going well, and I hope you're just in general that everything is going well for you. Alrighty. There we go. It's a very nice dark brown. We're going to clean off our brush. Make sure we don't have too much paint in there. And then we're just going to carefully paint the base here. You don't need a particularly thick or vibrant coat when we do this. We're just going to cover up all of that white. And if you get a little bit of paint all around the feet of your model, like, it's not the end of the world. You can touch it up if you want, but I would say go ahead and wait until the end of the basing. All the stuff that you're going to do, I would definitely wait, because sometimes you want a little bit of paint on the model of the foots. You want a little bit of texture or whatever basing you're using to be on the feet of the model, because I don't know if you've ever stood or looked at a picture, but very seldomly do people often just hover above the ground. Like if you're on a muddy surface, your feet sink into the mud just a little bit. And the reason I wanted to do a bunch of different models and a bunch of different things all at once is a lot of this process is going to take a long time to dry. So not a long time, but there will be drying times involved in tonight's session, and I'm not really interested in just sitting here in silence in between models, just waiting for things to dry. So I was like, okay, well, what if I just took my Tuesday stream and I just did a bunch of models for like 3.5 or 4 hours. We just did a bunch of basing. Oh, there has been an update. So the voting for the first Colossal Dragon on Twitch for hitting 50 followers, that model will actually is currently being 3D printed still. I asked the guy for an update, and he is working on it now, and then it will be in the mail sometime mid next month. But there is another update. So the second Colossal Dragon that we do, or maybe the first, depending on which one arrives, is 100% going to be a phenomenally large Colossal Red Dragon. And the reason for that is I actually got a commission to do one, and very excited about that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think the whole thing is about, I think the wingspan is about 12 inches, so it's a big model. It's exactly what I wanted to do. All right. So, well, wait. See, this is exactly what you don't want. You don't want to accidentally miss a little section. But yeah, so it just kind of worked out that I was like, okay, well, I can do this job for this person and then do it again later, or, you know, just kind of share that along with them. And the reason I started actually doing the YouTube videos was because I wanted to continue to do I wanted to do projects for people like friends and families that I made for gifts, and I wanted to show them the whole process. And that's why I started the YouTube channel. I really want the green dragon. Honestly, it has a lot of potential. Actually, fun fact, the green dragon is the current special model that we're doing. I think my special live stream for this, for hitting 100 YouTube subscribers, we're doing this green dragon. This is going to be our adult green dragon, and I will be doing that on a separate live stream. I just need to get my shit together and take a day and sit down and do it. Just things have been a little bit hectic right now. But for every 100 subscribers that I get on YouTube, I'm doing one of these adult dragons, and going to do a nice base and everything to go with them. But the colossal dragons we're doing for the Twitch, and maybe later it'll be a sub goal. But for now, I'm just trying to get to affiliate. No, this is definitely a green. There is a horn on the green as well. And the reason I know that is because this is the WizKids Pathfinder Battles premium figures. It does look a lot like a blue, but I assure you this is the green. The blue dragons have a slightly different kind of horn and wing shape for D&D. But yeah, this is the green, and then the blue one, they have one of these for all of them. But I'm very excited. Or rather, I mean, it's not a blue, but they said it was a green, and it's for Pathfinder Battles, which is very, very similar to D&D. Actually, let me pull up the dragons for D&D Green Dragon. I'd never thought about that. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, actually, the Green Dragon doesn't have a horn? No. WizKids Pathfinder Battles, you lied to me. Okay, some of them do. Okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, so some of the green dragons in D&D have horns, but some don't. But the blue ones definitely always do. It acts as a lightning rod for some of their abilities and such. Interesting. Anyway, I'm getting a little nervous there almost. But yeah, no, good call out. I would have been a little bit upset had I done that. But yeah, so these two are drying. Let's go ahead and see. Does anyone else need a nice dark coat for their base? I don't really know what everyone is going to get for a base, unfortunately. So I think we'll step on over to these. We'll do a couple of these. So for the painting every entry in the monster manual, some of these are the large-sized WizKids models, and frankly, I'm not happy with the bases that they come with for like huge creatures and such, so I bought some of these. They are a little bit bigger, which is okay because most dungeon masters and such don't really care too much about that, but what we're going to do is we are going to make a couple of scenic inserts. So like the largest WizKids model that I've ever bought has this for a base, and this is pretty small. Like, I get it. Like, so if you're on a if you play Dungeons and Dragons, it's 3 inches by 3 inches. And I thought I bought these at 3 inches, but then I realized that's still the same issue. It's such a small base, and there's not really a lot going on with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach them to these because I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. And I want just a little bit of extra room to do some cool stuff with some of these bases. So I'm going to forego the WizKids ones on some of these, and I'm going to go ahead and use these. I'll make sure. Oh man, my camera's having issues focusing again. There we go. A little bit better. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. But there, I will need this for one of these. I forget what size base the aboleth comes with. And this is also why you don't want to push off your bases, because it's really easy to forget who gets what size base. Okay, so this is one of the mid-range ones. And I just have a box here. So rather than always try and keep everything organized with, keep everything organized with all my bases for models, and I keep them like in the kits and such. I just have a big box full of bases that I throw them all into, because it just doesn't work otherwise. Okay, cool. So I'm looking for about that. Good deal. And for this one, the aboleth, I think I'm going to use water on it, so we'll need these containment world little bits and bobs. Yeah, so these are really cool. These are containment molds for doing things like resin pours, or in my case, just this AK interactive still water. You don't have to mess with two-part resins or anything like that, or like a UV light. It just, you throw it in there. It's water. It's water soluble, not water soluble. It dries and then it's hard. And these containment molds are awesome because then you don't have to mess with things like taping off the outer edge of the base and such. Because I'm always terrible at that. There we go. That's about right. That's a little bit loose. So, but I think we'll be fine. Yeah. Why is that so loose? Is it designed for this size base instead? I wish all these places would do. Actually, we could just use one of these instead. Ah! Is this about the same size? That is exactly the same size. Cool. So for this, we'll use that. Hooray, guys, we figured it out. That's also why I like having a bunch of different bases and such. You always have options when you want to go with something. All right, cool. So this isn't primed or anything, so what we're going to do is we're just going to take a little bit of primer. There we go. We're just going to grab a little bit of ivory primer and put that on there. Oh, a thing beeped. What happened? Oh, I believe it was a follower from Twitch. Let's see here. Ah, Piemaster is raiding with a party of 1. Piemaster, thank you very much for coming with your party of 1. What were you guys playing over there? I think I saw you earlier playing some Shadow Hunt. I couldn't really understand what was happening in the game, but it looked like fun. So I normally don't use brush on primer, but we're just going to go ahead and use a little bit of it here. And just grab a brush here. I just like aerosol primers a lot better. And we're just going to get a little bit of a coat on there. Given that this is a base, we don't need the priming to be like super precise. We're just trying to get something for our paint to adhere to. And so that's going to be good enough. It did. I did get a raid from you, sir. But a raiding party of 1, yes. So you came along with yourself, I guess. Alrighty. So that's done. For the Cloud Elemental, though, I will be using a bigger base because that thing is epic. And for this, we're actually going to do something a little bit out of the norm, we are going to add a texture paste instead of paint and such. I usually like to use texture paste instead of just relying entirely on flock. There we go. So for the texture paste, and I guess I'll pull up the model so you guys can see that. And I guess, yeah, this way we kind of get to look at everything we've painted over the last couple weeks. Gotta start somewhere. Yeah, of course, man. You always gotta start somewhere. Ugh. So this is the air elemental that we did as part of the A series of D&D. Painting everything in Monster Manual. Oh yeah, and I guess, yeah, this is the aboleth. And then here is the air elemental. And like just putting him on a tiny little dinky base just didn't really seem to do him justice. Even with this nice little... can we talk for a second about how every single Nolzier's Marvelous Miniature model is just standing on rock? Whatever D&D world they exist in, apparently everything is stone. And it gets me every time. All right, so there is our model and there is our rock. We might just forego that rock and have him coming out of the ground like so. Some dirt and debris and sticks and such. So for this one, we're going to go ahead and use earth texture. Sorry, I had to think. And what I like about using the texture pastes is, oh, it's already up here. What I like about using the texture pastes is it not only does it provide like a good foundation for your model, but it's really rock hard. Like it's a very strong substance, so you don't have to worry about mucking it up down the road. And we're just gonna grab a texture paste brush like this one that I have. And we're going to swap our water. I like to keep a separate water that I'll do something like use texture paste on, because then you don't have to worry about your nice brushes getting something like this mixed up inside of them. Alrighty, let's get the brush a little bit wet here first. And then we're just gonna slap that down. Ah. Just go ahead and throw down a bunch of it here. And then just gonna spread it out first. I like to spread things out first and then start stippling them and such. Cleaning it all up. But this stuff's really cool because so this is the earth texture. So you can leave it just as it is and it makes a really, really good sand. Or you can actually color this ahead of time, or like I've done in several models, you can just apply some washes over top of this, just tinting the whole project. All right, so now that we've got the whole base covered, I'm just gonna go in with my brush and I'm just gonna stipple it a little bit just to kind of break up those nice smooth lines. Just like that. And that's it. Now we're gonna let this dry and we'll go on to the next. So apparently the aboleth are only 20 feet long. I thought it was like 60 and the mini was to scale. Aboleth are practically gods, but so small. Yeah, if you've read a couple of the books that feature aboleths, they are a lot smaller than you would think. I was trying to think. The one that I last read that featured the abolithic sovereignty was, I think, the Brimstone Angel series. The aboleths were featured in there as a secondary plot. But yeah, they were. It's so fun seeing the way the aboleth evolved in D&D over the last couple of editions. All right, so I don't actually need the model right here. And they feel like they should be larger, but they are so small. Like, here's your air elemental. And then here's your aboleth. Crazy. So that's not dry yet. No big deal. Go ahead and put everything as we start working on it. So we're going to put the models over here, and I'm going to put our little works in progress up there a little bit. Let's see here. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Didn't have do not disturb on. Okay, so we're going to continue on with Legolas and Arwen. And for them, I knew what I wanted to do the moment I saw them. We are going to be doing a ground forest cover with a couple of something like these leaves. And the ground forest that we used on last Fridays when we were painting Ralph the Ankylosaurus. And we might throw in a couple of flock tufts, actually. We are going to do that because this is part of my commission for Greg, and he provided a bunch of really cool basing supplies. So we're going to go over here and grab... Let's see, what do we want to use? No. Yeah, I'll use that. And normally I'm a little bit more concise in my videos, but basing is one of those things that I absolutely love and I'm usually all over the place with. Alright, cool. So this is just some texture, some bits of dirt and such. Or this is woodland fine. And then this is Shadow's Edge Miniatures Dark Forest Leaves. So Asset Drop is a company that, if you're familiar with modeling, used to provide a lot of pretty discounted kits that you would get like once a month, and you could and it came with like minis, paints, all kinds of stuff. But they no longer do their Asset Drop thing. Hey Shadow, how are you doing? Thank you very much for joining us. But Asset Drop went out of business during the pandemic, and they unfortunately they were not able to continue their subscription boxes. But however, they were able to continue with their. They started doing a Patreon with 3D models instead. In my opinion, I'm not as excited about that. I have a 3D printer, but the first couple of them were like super sci-fi related. And they might have done fantasy ones later, but just with the sheer volume of people out there doing just a Patreon sub-based system of 3D models, it's hard to really just keep up with them. I'm never going to sub to one, but I will, as always, buy a lot of the models individually when I like them. Okay, so here's our 1-to-1 mix of PVA and water. And we're going to start with that as a base coat, and then we're going to sprinkle the Badlands, what is this called? So this is Woodlands Fine, and this one is by Rival Crafts. Woodland Find. Oh, fine, as in the grit. Okay, cool. So using a paintbrush, we're going to carefully add the glue to our model base. And so I just mixed up a bunch of 1-to-1 PVA and water in one of these little bottles that I got off Amazon. They're very convenient. Like here is my mineral spirits. I have another one that has like isopropyl alcohol in it. so on and so forth. Different ratios of water to PVA glue. Okay. My desk is already starting to get a little bit crowded. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. All right. So, just with the 1-to-1 PVA glue and water on our brush, we're just going to go ahead and brush it onto the base here. PVA, sorry, yes, especially for those of you that might be in other countries. PVA glue is just like school or craft glue. For me, you have a bunch of different kinds. I like to use, if you are here in America, I use the Elmer's all-purpose glue. But I believe also something like this, Tacky glue, is also a PVA glue. And if you use a tacky glue for your basing mixture, I would say you're going to want to go probably 3-to-1. Elmer's, yeah, they probably have Elmer's up in Canada too. So I'm thinking about how I want to do this. Okay, so we're going to first take the model off of this nice Citadel holder, and then we're going to place it into our catch shit thing. And this is just so we don't make a huge mess every single time. And we're just going to take some of this foliage, this woodland earth, and this is a pretty small model, so I'm actually going to grind it up just a little bit more in my hand, because even though this is the fine version, it's still a little bit big for what we would want. Ow. We don't want a bunch of big chunks. There we go. Like that. Yeah. So we kind of tap off the excess. And there we go. This is exactly what we want. We don't want 100% coverage because we are going to be adding some other stuff, but there we go. Now we have a nice little base for our model. Please look at the model camera, if you don't mind. Yeah, nice little forest base. All right, so we're going to set that off to dry for just a minute. We'll go ahead and we'll just make sure that we keep these two at the same stage of the process. That's another thing you can really do to save yourself a lot of time. That model was a little bit weird because normally you have like 2 legs or something. You don't have a solid thing in the middle like that on such a small base. There we go. Ta-da! And we'll just go ahead and we'll do Mr. Legolas here too. And I was really torn between doing Legolas just like straight out of the movies by Peter Jackson versus Legolas as described in the book with the dark hair and such. I ended up going with the dark hair just because blonde hair on a miniature with pale skin, it always, no matter how much you try, in my opinion, it always just makes them look like jaundiced and sick. Especially when you have the super fair elven skin and then the really, unless you can really get a nice blonde, it just never looks right to me. You can do light brown hair just fine, but alright, cool. We're just going to tap off the excess. Shake, shake, shake. Alright, cool. So those two are good. Let's go ahead and check out this. This is not going to be quite dry yet, but we're getting there. Let's go ahead and check this. Almost there. Good deal. So we are making some good progress. So now we're going to step away from those models, and we're going to do some that are going to have just like a little bit of more simple bases, and we're going to keep these things relatively organized. So this is going to go right over here. Let's go ahead and do this guy. This is one of the models from the Lord of the Rings job, and this is the I took inspiration from the Ghost King and the Ghost People, so we're going to go ahead and do him. And we are going to use Where is it? Maybe not. I thought I had a paint that I don't actually have. Okay, so we're going to do something different. We're going to use some of this Karthus. Yes, I actually thought that at one point when I was painting him, that he looked a little bit like Karthus. Okay, cool. So for this guy, I actually did look into some like 3D models for League of Legends. For those of you that are part of both of those communities, there are some good options, but I will say this. Do yourself a favor, just wait like another year or so, because making 3D models of the assets and stuff, or STL files of the assets and stuff in League of Legends is just now starting to gain popularity. And as with always, we are going to see large improvements in that in the near future. Oh wait, actually, take a beat. I broke my own rule that I just was talking about. Let's go ahead and scrape all this off and put it back in here. I didn't put down a base coat first of gray. And I could already tell it was going to be difficult, if impossible, to get paint down underneath his cloak there. And yeah, that's the last thing I want, is to immediately break my own rules. Alright, cool. So we're just going to leave that in there. We'll go ahead and get our paint out. And we'll give this a nice little base coat first. Is there anyone else that I want to do this kind of thing to? Probably, I think I want to do all the skeletons in kind of like a rocky sort of way. Yeah, we'll do that. So we're going to give all 4 of these guys a nice base coat of dark gray. Oh, Braum would be an amazing one. I need to find an excuse to do some snow bases today. If I was going to say I was the best at something, it would be doing winter basing and such. I hope I get an excuse to do one today. Probably none of these Lord of the Rings ones will need or require winter bases. I can't really see that being a thing. But we might shove one of our monsters into a winter base. Alright, cool. So these guys will all get the same base because they're kind of the same faction or vibe. So these 4 will go ahead and be identical. I'm going to let that dry a little bit. And I'm going to paint these other ones in a dark stone first. Dark stone. Yeah, so sorry if this is a little bit not on my normal wavelength. Normally I just grab a model and we sit down and we just chill while we paint it start to finish. For this one, we're going to definitely be jumping around a lot more. But it's a good representation, I think, of just one of the other aspects of this hobby that we all know and love. And it's something that I don't ever really get to do. Because normally I don't. Hey, Mike, we are doing a basing party tonight. We are not painting things. I've gotten very far behind on my basing. So I have the entire Lord of the Rings things, all of the Lord of the Rings monsters, as well as a lot of our D&D monsters from the Friday night live streams that I need to catch up on doing the bases of. So far what we have done is we've started some forest base for Legolas and Arwen for the Lord of the Rings. We laid some We just use some brush on primer for the aboleth because we're going to do a little bit of a water pour. And then over here for the cloud elemental, we just laid down a layer of texture paste onto one of these because I like the size of the 4-inch diameter for huge monsters in D&D instead of the 3-inch that the WizKids models come with. The extra inch may hang over a little bit if you play on a board, but in my experience, that hangover is worth the epicness of the encounter. All right, so we're going to lay down some dark stone on all of these bases just to cover up the white primer and the black primer and zenithal highlighting that was done on these, and just any other messiness that happened. And again, this is just so that if we miss anything with our base texture, it's not obvious. You can hide all those happy little accidents. What did you guys get in terms of basing extras? I think I said it earlier in the stream that if I was to rank my interest in this hobby, actually modeling and diorama building, the building I'd put at about 40%. Painting models would be at about, no, I'd say modeling and diorama 30, painting models maybe 25 or 30, but definitely a majority of what I'd like to do is basing and terrain and flocking. That is where I would say that I am actually good at this hobby, is doing dioramas and landscapes and things like that, like the Bioshock video from last month's video. Yeah, a little bit of cat hair. All right, there's that. I always love, whenever I go to a shop, I need to start taking pictures of all of the basing things that I have. Otherwise, I come home and I have like 6 different kinds of sand, and I'm like, oh wait, I needed small dirt, not sand. And it's nice and relaxing to do something like this. No stress. And basing. I guess ideally you wouldn't have any stress during the hobby, but you'd be surprised how much pressure people put on themselves to do absolutely astounding things with miniature painting. Is that dry enough to paint on? Yeah, it's fine. I think also this nice little bit of purple in this undercoat is going to look really good with the gray earth paste. And as a general rule, if any of you are hobbyists and you've seen like the Duncan Rhodes old tutorials from Games Workshop, you want your base to contrast a little bit with your model if it isn't. So you have a couple of options when it comes to basing miniatures. You can either keep with the theme of the mini, so oops, wrong. So for like Legolas and Erewhon, Forest Elves, done. But if you have something a little bit more generic that doesn't really have necessarily a home or something thematic that goes with it, like the Aboleth does with the water environments, you just kind of make sure that if your model is really light colored, you're going with the dark base, or in this case, I want the focus to be on this Night Lord, not necessarily his minions. So his minions are a little bit more muted. We're going to have a darker model with a darker base, and then he's going to definitely stick out a lot more. Same thing with digital painting / art. Same what? Oh geez, I say so much stuff. The same what, Shadow? The same you can't go anywhere without buying something? Fair, fair. That's fair. I missed it. Oh, jeez. Didn't want that to fall off. Okay, so now we're going to go check these guys. Alright, everything seems to be settling in pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and seal these in with a little bit of scenic cement. Just using my trusty old pipette. And scenic cement is this. It's really watered down. Like really, really watered down PVA glue is what scenic cement is. We're all done with this for now. Yeah. Let's go ahead and put my painting brushes over here. I don't want to mix all this stuff up. So scenic cement, it's just, this stuff is really, really thin, as you can tell, because we're about to apply it with a little mini pipette. I like to put a little bit of water in my pipette first, just because I think it helps a little bit. It prevents you from accidentally getting a bunch of crap jammed in there. Bah. Yeah, so you can see this stuff falling off. This scenic cement is going to assist with that because there's a little bit that's fine falling off, but then the rest of it, we want to make sure that we're covering our base. And we kind of do this in stages, so if by the end of this, after your first pass with doing something like putting this this bark on the model, it doesn't entirely cover the base in the way that you want, you can always just go back and do it again. So like here we have a bunch of empty space, and if by the end of this project I'm not able to fill that up in a way that I'm happy with and satisfied, I can just go back in and do it again. You don't need to stress about it being perfect. Oh, that might be a little bit much. Ah! That's fine. Go ahead and set him there. Alright, so just a drop, not a lot. And as you can see, because it is so thin, it's just going to seep around the model and settle into all of these cracks and crannies. And since this is part of a board game commission, I know that these models are going to be thrown in a box as well as handled pretty roughly at the table, so I really want to make sure this is nice and secure in there. There we go. Now we're going to leave that for about 10-15 minutes, let it dry, and clean out our little pipette. Ah, yes, one of the other models that we're going to be doing is going to be our assassin. So actually, let's go ahead and get this off. This is from a couple other Friday night miniature videos ago. Double-sided tape. There we go. Ah, I got it. Aha! You've been defeated. 3M tape. You thought you could stop me from touching my models, but no. I'll touch them all over. You can't do anything about it. Alright, so here is the WizKids model. This is not the right base. So we're going to go to our base, box of bases. Not to be confused with the boxing base, which is entirely different. What size is this? This is 25 millimeters. Is one of these 28? 32. Okay, so these containment things. Would that work for D&D? Yeah. Or no, it's one of these. So one of these is the D&D standard for the Nolzur's Marvelous Miniatures. So for this, does it fit in there if I do that? Yeah, perfect, actually. Okay, cool. So we're going to do our water pour on this one, because I want to show that, because that's a really cool thing that we can do. All right. So the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to do more of a muddy-esque thing. We're going to go ahead and super glue her to the base like this. Why is the assassin a woman? I just decided it. No, she looks, it could be a woman. And yeah, that's a lot of super glue. That's probably way more super glue than I needed to use, but I just squeezed. All right, cool. So then this is gonna go right on there, just like so. And normally I don't mind if these little rocky things that appear to be on every Nolzur's Marvelous Miniature overhang a little bit, but on this one we really need it to not. Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm going to give that 5 minutes to dry. And are we ready on this? Oh, just about, just about. Looks like we got just one big clump right there that we need to spread out a little bit. Perfect. Yeah, we gotta make sure she doesn't do her disappearing act. She is an assassin, and she will fade into the night after her target is dead. That is the last thing any of us need, is assassins running away. Oof. If I had a nickel, I'd have 3 nickels. Okay. So this one, I need I want like a dark, murky blue on the water effect. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to paint some deep blue underneath the water, and I'm going to mix in a little bit of this black and brown, like so. I don't know much else about Abolus. I don't know what else I'd really want to add into his base, but we might add some rocks or something into the ground. Alright, cool. So just starting to add that, and we're going to darken it up a little bit more, I think. Because they're normally underground, if I remember correctly from D&D. Just kind of muddying it all up a little bit until we get a nice, good variation in color. Okay. Ta-da. All right, cool. You guys try it? Nope. Are you guys dry yet? Yep. That's kind of what a lot of this basing stuff is. So normally I like to I like to base models while I'm like watching TV or something, because it's something that I can kind of do while I'm paying attention to other things. And there's frequent like breaks and such. Or I'll base models while I'm editing for my next YouTube video or something. Oh yeah, guys, we are almost there on Twitch. We are about 12 subscribers away from affiliate, which is a huge milestone for those of you that don't do Twitch. And if any of you have friends that watch Twitch, please send them over to my page. They can, if I get enough followers on Twitch, I can then start to do some stuff that will hopefully help fund what is turning out to be a couple of $10,000 projects. I didn't realize that with all of these monsters and monster manuals stuff. Not 10, 5. I multiplied it by twice. But yeah, every single cent that I ever make in that is going to go 100% back into the channel. So if any of you are able to help me get those those last 12 follows, it's entirely free to go on there and do that. I would genuinely appreciate that. Oh, No Faith, doing some assembly. What are you assembling, No Faith? Anything interesting? Or no, you're working on the Death Guard stuff. Are you still doing more Death Guard stuff? I'm actually eagerly awaiting this because I think he posted up something really cool the other day. He might be lurking though too, so he might not answer us. So we'll see. All right, so here we go. We got some. This is. So I bought this years and years ago when it was like on clearance at a local store, and I've never really used it. So this stuff doesn't look really great, but it's a texture paste at least. Plague Burst Crawler, dude, that's epic. But the texture pastes hold up a little bit longer than like an acrylic paint. Mox Draco, thank you so very much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. Can't wait to hang out with you and paint some models. So this is a texture paste, a lot like the Vallejo ones that we used, but this is a little bit different in that it is by Citadel, and it's kind of designed more for miniature bases and less for dioramas and stuff, especially if you look at the size of container. So what I'm going to do for this model, I'm going to like lay down a little bit of this stuff and just some clumps around the base, and then we'll go back through and we'll add some other rocks and debris and such on the base. It's the Big Mac in the house. The Big Mac. Oh, I bet he's an orc player. Mox Draco, do you like to wog? How you doing, man? Get out of here. Yeah, we're definitely going to add some more debris and stuff to these after I get this texture paste on there. From Magic Sup. Hey, Mavericks guy, how you doing, man? Mavericks, for any of you that are not familiar, Mavericks is a phenomenal local store here in the Mason, Ohio area. I go there, pick up some of my stuff, and lots of really good hobbyists and a phenomenal staff. Lots of fun. Really great spot. Not a sponsor yet. No, not a sponsor. No, but they are tons of fun. Really, really great group of guys. I will say that they've kind of helped me get out of my shell in terms of hobby stuff. All right, cool. So here is our base after adding some of that Agrellan earth texture. So no, it's nothing crazy, but it is just adding a little bit of dirt and debris and just dimension to our base. So now we're going to do that with these other two. Yeah, that brush may actually be done, gonna be honest. I'll use this one instead. So, Mox Draco, how you liking that new Orc Codex if you play 40k? Some pretty sick stuff, am I right? I was watching the Tabletop Titans game with them. Oh god. Aha, popsicle stick. Okay, cool. So we're just actually going to stir this up a little bit because this earth texture paste is separated pretty bad in the bottle here. And normally I'd be like, I don't want to waste any, but this has sat on my shelf for years, and I'm pretty sure the store I bought it from, it had actually sat on its shelf for years. So we're just going to see if we can get this consistency to be something a little bit better for us. Yeah, no, so the orc, the new codex for the orc, so many cool things and abilities. Tabletop Titans has done a couple of games with them now, I believe, and absolutely loving it. They kept everything very, very flavorful, but also really, really just competitive. And there's so many different viable builds that you can do. And as with any codex, as we move forward, you know, all of the best builds haven't been found yet for Warhammer 40k. But I mean, all those new models also look like a really big blast. And of course, you can put Gaz in a wagon now too. So that's, I mean, why would you not do that? Throw a couple of other models in there just in case it explodes, and you roll a 1. But yeah, awesome, awesome stuff. Get this off of my desk. Ugh. Unfortunately, yeah, when you're working with texture paste and stuff, you really are just gonna get shit all over your fingers. He hasn't played with it yet. Running some Snagaboys in a Goth Battalion kill rig. Needs to come out because it's busted. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're, the Battalion kill rig. I just love that they have some, like, they have some of them riding squigs now. Or the giant hogs. That's really epic. Alright, good deal, good deal. There we go, just adding a little bit more of this texture paste on there for these stony bases. What's cool about the debris is like there's actual bits of like little tiny acrylic beads in this texture paste, so that it's really easy to get that normal battlefield rubble effect without having to make sure you're sculpting it all in there in place. Sorry, just really trying to make sure I don't accidentally get a big clump of texture paste on this Ghost Warrior. There we go. Oh, jeez. Oh, is it still going? Is it going in and out of view? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna move this. We'll try moving it down. I have trouble with autofocus on this camera here. We'll try and move it down first. Mox Draco, thank you very much for joining me, sir. Your time here was brief. We learned that you were definitely an Orcs player, but thank you so very much for coming and stopping by. I'm really excited to see what you come up with for the for some of those squig conversions. So we're gonna try with it zoomed in more. Yeah, okay. I do have issues with this miniature painting in terms of cameras, because I don't want to just like limit myself to being always painting like right exactly here, but also focus is an issue with these. It's gonna get better once I get my new desk, hopefully here in the next month or so, and I will be mounting this camera here, not directly on the desk, because okay, motion alert. I have to be super careful, because even if I just go like with like that, you can see the whole thing just vibrates. and like I'm barely touching my desk. This is not a desk that you really want to be mounting stuff to and painting on. So I need to figure out an answer to that, and I think it's a new desk, or it might just be mounting it to something else around my desk. Might be another answer that I haven't really thought much of yet. But the whole thing just kind of shakes all the time. There we go. We're just going to do the next one. There we go. Oh, it's out of the frame of the camera. Oh, what I was doing was out of frame. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm going to lift this back up just a little bit. Yeah, I have a nasty habit of doing that. I start to pull my arms in or push them all the way far out. Yes, I do have a nasty habit of doing that here live on stream. Thank you for keeping me honest. The zoom thing, however, and the camera shaking thing bothers me while I'm editing my YouTube videos. It'll pick up like the wrong thing, and I really just don't want it to be picking up. It'll decide to focus in like on like dirty fingernails instead of the model that I'm holding. It's like, oh, well, that seems interesting. There we go. Yeah, so cameras. If any of you are people that do camera work, hit me up on the side or pop into the chat. I am having issues with focus settings on my camera. I had it off autofocus, and it just didn't really ever pick up any details. So I turned autofocus on, and now it just seems to always be. I mean, like I even set the sensitivity as low as it would go, so it isn't very sensitive about changing things up. But it really does struggle with focusing on what I want it to focus on. Okay, I want it to focus on my mini. Like when I bring it up here, and glare is an issue. I need to get better lighting for painting models at too. More of a something that disperses the light better. I used to have really nice painting cameras. Painting lights that had the nice little ring. But now these that I have now are just solid. So I need to get some new lights. All right. In terms of materials, I'm going to give, if I were to rank my texture pastes and stuff, I would definitely give these Citadel debris textures lower than something like the Vallejo acrylic based textures. These just, they don't feel as good to use. I don't really have much detail besides that. Like they're a little bit more, these earth textures are like a little bit more finicky. And it could just be because this one's really old, but I've also had issues with like the other ones. Now they do have the crackle textures, which are really awesome. I will give them that. And I absolutely love those. But these debris textures, not as big of a fan with them. But yeah, for the camera stuff, I really wish that they had like one that was just a little bit easier. And I'm using okay, so in the defense of the camera that I am using, it's a Razer, like almost a vlogger's camera. My wife wanted to do YouTube stuff and ended up getting a nice webcam and all of that for like a book vlog, but ended up just not really enjoying it. So she took all of her stuff down and didn't do it, and I stole the camera. But welcome back, Shadow. Welcome back. So now I have the 2 cameras that I do from that. Okay. We're actually going to decommission this cup because all this stuff on the side is starting to get on my brushes and it's icky and gross. So we're gonna nominate this as the new super gross material cup, and we'll get a new nice cup to use for a normal painting cup. And that's just the system I usually use. Boom, now we have a new nice paint cup. Take a quick 30-second break here. Check these messages. I've got 5 of them. Oh, Draco, Mech Draco, is Big Mech Brad on Mavericks. Thank you so very much if you watch this later live on YouTube as the YouTube video. I need to make a cross-reference of everyone's different names and such on like things between Discord, Facebook, Reddit, and Twitch, just so I remember who is who. Okay, cool. So those guys are done with their earth texture. How is our aboleth base looking? Not quite dry? Well, then that's just fine. We'll leave you off for now. How is this base doing? Oh, it's pretty much there, guys. Okay, we're gonna leave that one off to the side for just a little bit, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna look at this guy. All right, so our assassin. Let's go ahead and take you guys off these. So the assassin, I'm going to apply a base coat to the assassin model here. Let's go ahead and we're going to go with this mud, just like a dark brown here. Go ahead and add a little bit of stone gray in there too. We'll go ahead and we'll dry brush this, and we're going to submerge the whole base in the liquid acrylic based still water, and then we'll be able to paint the top of it. We won't be able to do that live on stream though, however, because that does take a little bit too long to dry. I mean, if you guys want to hang out with me for like 15 hours while that stuff dries, I guess we can, but a lot of it's just going to be me asleep on the couch over there. If we're going to do that, okay, cool. So base coat down. We'll make that a little bit more brown and such here in a minute, and then dry brush the rocks. Ooh. Turning off autofocus and auto white balancing. Those are 2 really good ideas. I turned them on because I was using a singular camera at one point. But that's actually a really good idea. Since I always have it right here, I might try turning those off. The Citadel textures. So the Citadel texture that I was using is this. As I said, not a huge fan, but it could be because this one was really old. This is the Astrogranite Debris. Again, not as big of a fan. It could be because this one was a really bad one. We tried stirring it up a little bit. Just not as big of a fan. Now, things like the Martian Iron Art, those crackle paints, love them. Absolutely fucking adore them. Awesome. But those debris ones, not as big of a fan of. Speaking of debris, this transition and segue is the debris of a segue, and we're going to go ahead and switch over to the Balrog, and where I'm going to paint the base a little bit of yellows. We're going to paint some yellows on there. So grab the Balrog here. And this is another one that we did. I think we did this. Oh yeah, we did this half of him on last Tuesday's live stream. Let's see, is this one of these ones? Yeah, so this is one of those models that's awkwardly sized for the Citadel paint holders, where the top one doesn't seem tight enough and the bottom one seems like it's going to fly off. And for this, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to blend in some really, really dark, some really, really bright colors on the base areas. And then we're going to apply a crackle paste on top of them and then paint the crackle paste black. So fun there. We're going to start with just demonic yellow. No, we should start with orange. We're going to start with the orange, which in our case is going to be, ooh, I could use hot orange. No, we're going to use lava orange because it's lava. Yes, volcanic environment, exactly. Kind of simulate a little bit of the volcano that follows the Balrog everywhere is what we are doing. So we're going to start, we're just going to go ahead, and if we overpaint a little bit, no big deal. Our paint's pretty thin. It'll just look like it's glowing. And the reason I'm choosing the crackle paste Martian Iron Earth is because it's red, so when we paint it black, it's not going to look super strange if a little bit of the red shows through. It's one of those normal warm colors for lava to be, or lava and fire. Yeah, Astrogranite debris is like, that stuff was so chunky. It was such a chunky monkey. But I know that if I don't get to using it here soon, it really, and it does work pretty well. Like, don't get me wrong. It's perfectly fine. But it is not as advertised like an entire basing material in one. I like to combine it with other things. And there we go. Orange is down. Da, 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 da. Okay, cool. Orange is down. Well, when that dries, we'll switch over to doing another one. I do not know how to interpret those two emojis together. I'm going to level with you. What are those emojis? Is that a screaming stick and a woman in pain? Table here, flip this. Why are we table flipping, Pie Master? Is everything all right? Do you need an adult? Do you need to talk about it? Okay, okay. Oh jeez. Did that show up on camera? Me just yeeting that paint? Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I hope that, I guess I hope that that works. Actually, we're just gonna go ahead and clip that, because that is epic. All right. Do you need an adult? Do you Oh jeez. Did that? Oh jeez. Okay. 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 Here we go. Oh jeez. Okay. Okay. Yellow yeet. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and do that. I've never actually made a clip before, but there we go. We're gonna call that yellow yeet. And we're gonna go ahead and post a clip. Okay. This is really cool. I didn't realize. Like, I saw someone do this on their live stream the other day. Okay. Oh jeez. Okay. I like that a lot. Oh jeez. That's so much fun. Sorry, everybody. So how do I actually see it? If I go to channel, does it show up? Screw you, phone. I mean, computer thingy. That's fine. Whatever. I'm done. Okay. So, we'll leave that to dry. And then these guys. And then, are you dry yet? No. Are you dry yet, Legolas? I swear to God, I will lock you in your woodland room. Okay, yeah, he's dry. All right. So now that we got that on there, Arwen, you were a little bit, I don't know, I didn't really like you in the books. You were just a whiny bitch in most of the book that you were in. Okay. She was really good in the movie, do not get me wrong. We're going to add some leaves. So I really love these. These are the dark forest leaves, and we're just going to go ahead and add those to these 2 forest bases. Using, again, a little bit of glue. Thank you all for joining me on my basing adventure. I know I normally like to do painting, but hey. Basing also needs done. Alright, for these, we're just going to be a little bit more careful about where we put them. So from up above, we're just going to kind of, so we have a handful of them, and we're just going to kind of just, yeah, just like that. It's kind of from above, like, just a nice little sprinkling of leaves. And then just tap, 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 tap. Praise be the trickster god Gumsy, the Albert of Sartre. Sartre is now back. And there we go. Yeah, so there you see, just the leaves are gonna add just like a little bit of spurts of color to the ground. And then we might throw a forest tuff on there, but I will decide that at a later date. And then right there, if we see a spot where our base coat is showing more than we want it to, which this is a good example actually. Let's go ahead and get out a gesturing brush. So right here, right where the tip of my brush is, we don't actually have any basing material, and that's why we undercoat. Because even though we've now covered this in 2 coats of stuff, you want to make sure you always paint underneath, especially if you're going to be using flocking. Just a little leaf there. There, okay, cool. There we go. Got some leaves. Good deal. All right, Legolas. And we will seal this. I will probably seal this later tonight, but for now, on tonight's live stream, there is our dark forest base. Ugh. Huh. Not bad. And we're going to go ahead and do the same thing to Arwen. The newest character, Gemsi the Banished Trickster God. Praise be. Is this another character for your London campaign? The one where we discussed the really cool Jack the Ripper possession with a cane last Friday? Albert? In a way, yes. So how did your did you flesh out all of the stuff with your DM talking about the possession and such? Did you end up making all good final decisions on that? In a way, yes. Ooh, guys, look here. Albert's being really cryptic. Come on, these are literally tiny cutout leaves, and they're so beautiful. They're so pretty. And I just want to make sure that I get enough of them on this base that I'm happy. I just know, looking at these right now, that they're just all going to fly off the moment I touch them with anything. Ugh. So we're just going to manually make sure some of them stick in the glue. Because when you're putting basing flock and such on a model, always assume that about somewhere between 20 to 40% of everything that you have put on the base will be removed as you either clean it or you touch it later or you seal the model. That's usually what I assume. Especially when it comes to little tiny detailed things like these leaves. In cases like this, I really want to make sure I get them in there. There we go. Yay! Albert says, in a way, yes. I see, we're still deading. I see no dice yet. Roll insight. You want me to roll insight? I mean, like, I can roll my own insight, but I mean, I got my d20 is right over there, but it's, oh man, there's a bunch of stuff in the way. Oh dear. Did I stutter? Did you stutter? No, you did not. What are you deading, though? I don't understand that. I do not understand that. Oh, so you're still debating. You and your DM are debating whether, debating stats and stuff for your Jack the Ripper inspired character. That makes sense, especially when, so as somebody that DMs a lot, or has always been DMing a lot, really big mechanics like that for a character are oftentimes just it's one of those things that makes it very difficult sometimes to write in and account for in your campaign, because you don't want just like somebody in the party to just become the main character of the show and then have everybody else kind of just, you know, there. So yeah, I could see that as a DM. A weird dual personality thing might be a lot. Unless, of course, you're in a really heavy role play group of people. Then 100%, yeah. That would make a lot more sense. But in like a normal campaign setting where like not everybody's super comfortable being the center of attention, it's really hard to balance all of that. Here we go. Just added a little bit of yellow into the lava. But oh yes, I roll insight. What's my modifier? I am definitely not proficient in insight. I would like to believe I have a pretty high intelligence score, but that's probably just due to all the school and degrees I've acquired. So we're gonna roll insight. Is it? Oh, I thought it was intelligence. Wait, no, where am I wrong? Oh, which one's intelligence then? Where's my thing? Insight is wisdom. What am I thinking of? No, I just mixed them up. It's been a long week. Rolling insight. What's my modifier? I got a 15. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess I'll let chat decide what is my intelligence modifier. +3? Oh, that's really, thank you. So I got an 18. I got an 18 on my insight check. I'm definitely not proficient in it. Gotta be honest, me as a person, not super insightful. Alright. Next up. Not you. You. Yeah, I've played a little bit of Vampire the Masquerade. I will say that is so much more of a role-playing game than D&D is. Because in D&D, the role-play stuff is optional. Like, there are some groups that I've been a part of where it's 90% role-play and 10% a board game. But when I like to DM, I like to make it, because I usually DM for people that aren't really into roleplay as much, I like to make it a board game that has the option to get crazy with it. From the clouds he fell, and the form he partook was changeling. However, he appears human with patches of scales like the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Ooh. Oh, we're drawing parallels to the angel Lucifer before he fell. So that might be like a betrayal or an intelligence thing going on. He is addicted to apples. Who is he? Is this me? I would say I'm very not addicted to apples, given the citric acid. Not the acids in them usually end up hurting my mouth a lot. Oh, Gemsy. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. The new character. I was like, he. Pronoun game. All right. So with this texture paste, we are going to... I'm just scraping off a little bit of the extra. Yeah, lots of people have ruined lots of DM's campaigns. I wouldn't feel too bad, Shadow. That or just not everyone's upfront about what they're looking to get out of the sessions and stuff ahead of time. Because for some people, they're looking to play a board game and just have tons of fun with like super awesome combat tricks. And then some people are looking to compose the next great epic tale with their bombastic speech and infinitely superior turn of phrase compared to their comrades. And then there's just the one guy that's just looking to not be at home with his wife. It's always that guy. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take some and yellow, and I'm just gonna tint up a little bit this space here a little bit to make it more deserty. And yes, I'm using just a terrible craft brush for this. And this will help bring out a lot of the so this and in yellow actually usually ends up being closer to orange in my experience. This is one of these contrast paints that I will not be repurchasing. Not a fan. Not a fan. So there we go. We're going to go ahead and yeah, it's going to look pretty orange, but you guys will see what we're doing here in a minute. This could also be my brush absorbing a lot of this. Hada, hada. So I'm actually really excited for next Friday. So I've been pumping along and doing that monster manual painting thing every week for, geez, almost 2 months now, and I'm starting to actually feel a little bit of a community going. And I got my first request for somebody that wants a tutorial on washes for it. I'm so fucking happy that somebody reached out and was like, hey, I want to watch your stuff and I want to learn this. Okay, oh geez, okay. Oh yeah, talking about the D&D group miscommunication, ruining campaigns and stuff. Yeah, it's I've had it happen to me, and I've definitely feel like I've done it to not me myself, but as a party, we've done it to someone before. It's usually just a little bit of a feel bad, like so like I've attempted to run Rime of the Frost Maiden several times, but sometimes people just want different things out of D&D. Oh, I'm gonna do that off camera, just cutting off a hangnail with my sprue clippers. Uh, it's just like it sucks. It sucks when you think you finally hit some momentum as a dungeon master, and the party just kind of I won't say ignores your story, but just kind of like becomes a pedantic ass during your story, like totally ignoring anything that's important and just kind of being a dick to NPCs. It just usually that ends up feeling like they're trying to let some stuff out that they themselves as a person are feeling, and they're just using D&D as an outlet. Why I don't like this orange? Because it's not supposed to be orange. Because it is a yellow paint, and it always just looks straight up orange. That is why I'm not a fan of this orange paint. Is because it is not orange. It is supposed to be a very pale yellow. That's great. To make it more desserty, add some sprinkles and whipped cream, maybe some hot fudge. I will not be adding fudge to the base tonight, Pie Master. Let's see what would knowing why a god fall under. If it's why a god fell, I would guess religion. If I was going to throw out a skill check and I wanted to know why a god fell, I think that would be religion. Man, you could make an argument for history because if it was public knowledge, it would have been written down somewhere. But then, yeah, I would guess religion. Oh, roll religion. Oh man, we're just gonna I'll role play here with Albert tonight. I'm okay with that. This is just my normal Tuesday chill stream. We ain't got any plans. All right, let's see what. Actually, tell you what we'll do. I'm not gonna get my nice fancy dice tower. Let's see. Oh, nat 20. There we go. That was upside down, but yeah. I think if religion is also intelligence, then I have a +3, but I don't think it is. I always fuck these up. Religion is religion is intelligence. Oh, but perception, it was wisdom. I had a +3 to perception. Way to go, give me a good wisdom. Or no, insight. It's wisdom. Yeah, I would say if I was going to give myself stats, my intelligence would definitely be higher than my wisdom. I'm not very wise. Cool, there's that. You know full well and good this god put a fucking whoopee cushion in the seat of the god of creation that had exploded. Okay. 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 Oh jeez. Well, that's nice and crazy. I guess I would ask if it was just for laughs or if there was ulterior motives to the whoopee cushion placement. Okay, so desert base. Desert base. Yeah. I'm just thinking about what I want to use here, guys. See, I want to add some other variations in this sand. And do I want to... Do I want to add a stone in? I think I might actually want to add a stone in. Might end up using this. I think I will. Yeah, so this is already primed because it's the Knoll's Ears Marvelous Miniatures. So we're going to go ahead and paint that up real quick. And we're just going to paint it very basically. Let's go ahead and start with a base coat of yellow and orange. Mostly yellow. Ah, jeez. Most of this is going to be covered, but so we're just, again, kind of just covering up our paint. All right, we got a nice bright ass orange. I mean yellow. Goddess of Chaos found it fucking hilarious. I mean, yeah. I mean, she might have also found the outcome hilarious. Being banished to Earth for a whoopee cushion prank. That seems very not an appropriate reaction. So that is, I mean, she probably found that pretty funny too. So he might have just had this coming. I wonder what he's going to do now that he is on our plane of existence. Man, it's like every week it feels like I add new stains to this thing. But that's what this board's better than my desk being covered in paint stains. All right, are you almost done? Yeah, you're dry. All right, so we're gonna dry brush you with something. Let's get something on your base, girl. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and we'll grab some Storm Fang. Ah, that's way too much Storm Fang. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. That's so many Storm Fangs. Oh. Okay, cool. So with this, we're just going to add a little bit of... Because we are going to be pouring water on this. We want something for the water to... Some nice variation here. So with the dry brush, we go ahead and grab an old makeup brush, and we're just going to kind of splotch on some color here. Like so. And then we'll add a couple of rocks into this as well. And for rocks, we'll go ahead and find... Where's my rocks? Where are my rocks, yo? Yo, dog, where's my rocks? What's this? Oh, there's my rocks. Oh wow, that's a little bit heavier. Oh god, that's a little bit heavier than I thought it would be. But I guess I should have realized it was going to be pretty heavy because it's literally just a box of rocks. Are any of these rocks small enough? Those rocks are too big. And those rocks are the same size. All right. It's fine. And these are literally just... Tonight's stream is all about that base. Yes, it is. It's all about that base. Scam locals by pretending to be a priest, the mouthpiece of the god of merchants. Hey, that actually is a pretty good idea for that guy, for that character to be doing. These rocks are literally just rocks from my driveway. So nothing crazy here, y'all. Just a man going outside, and I, of course, I washed these as well, because I'm not happy with these. Let's go ahead. There's one. Okay. I like this darker one. This darker variation. A bunch of it ended up in my driveway for some reason. So I dig that. Charlotte's in background. That's a good background for that character. Albert, I agree. That's actually a really good one. I think that would fit very well. Okay, so we're gonna grab our super glue here. Here. And tweezers. Oh, that's fun. So Charlatan, what's the class gonna be? A wizard? So just with a tiny little dot of super glue, we're going to glue that rock right there. Trickery domain into illusion wizard. So cleric at first, and then multi-class into illusionist focused wizard. It's a good idea. You have good stats too starting off as a cleric. I'm just holding that rock down, making sure that it stays where we want it to stay. Okay, cool. So I think we're good on this. So we're gonna grab our little green stuff world containment thing. Ooh, so her god for the cleric domain is, that's actually pretty clever. I like that. Okay. I'll make sure this is all pretty flush. This is going to be the first time I've used one of these containment molds, so here goes nothing on this. Alright, cool. Oh, himself, yeah, yeah. So this is Stillwater, a product by AK Interactive. So basically Loki. Like with gender, if we're talking genderless. Alright, so here we go. AK Interactive Stillwater. Test number 1 with these containment molds. My biggest fear with this is that it will end up seeping down the side and ending up underneath my model. To be honest, I have a big fear of that, but we're just going to push on and persevere. Alright, so there we go. A little bit high, but that's alright. And it looks like she's all the way down in there. Yeah. And we're just going to rotate a little bit. Making sure that we got the water all through there. Loki, but not Loki, yeah. Alright, so I'm actually gonna, so normally this is the point where I would take like a Q-tip or a brush or something and I would wipe it off that rock, but I kind of like the wet rock appearance, so we're gonna leave that on there. No faith, yeah. I went to my yard to get little rocks for my vases. Yeah. My neighbors thought I was insane because I was just grabbing handfuls of dirt and throwing them into like a whatchamacallit, like a spaghetti strainer thingy, and then I was rinsing them off with the hose. Oh, Pie Master, you like the water-based thing? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I really hope this containment mold does what I think it's gonna do. And I kind of like her being up to her ankles in the water rather than it just being like her standing on the rock. Completely submerge the bottle. Actually, shit. That might not be a bad idea for a cool diorama piece. Paint a model so it looks as though it's swimming through the water and then entirely encasing it in something like this, especially with the water. What I do like about this stuff too is it has just enough a tint to it that it actually looks like more realistic water. You don't have to color it as much. Alrighty. Looks good. Okay. So we're going to set this off the desk because, as I said, I have a very, very rickety desk. We're just going to set that right over here ever so gently. Okay. Okay. The elves do have a CRS. The Deepkin would be a good one. Is that what they're called? Yes. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Ideneth Deepkin. You know what we didn't do, guys? We didn't take our ADHD medication. I'm surprised that I've made it as far as I have in this stream. So give me 1 second. I didn't take my booster. I'm gonna go ahead and not do drugs on camera. So we are going to temporarily do that. And we're going to take our prescription medication off camera. I was wondering, I was like, I'm squirreling real bad right now tonight. Yeah, the Deepkin have like the eels are supposed to be really good now too. All right, there we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Yeah, I was like, why am I not able to focus on anything tonight? Or rather, why am I not able to focus on the things I need to focus on tonight? And I'm ending up just saying super concentrated on shit that isn't important. Oh shit. Okay. So we've got 3 bases done so far. 3. We did the Legolas, Arwen, and the Rogue. We are almost ready to do the remainder of the Balrog, which will just be, ooh, I really like the way it looks somehow. No, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to go ahead and use the texture paste like I planned on, and that texture paste is going to be this, the Martian Iron Earth. So, where did the lid for the still water go? There it is. No, you all are perfectly fine. I would rather sit here all night chatting with everybody and get absolutely 0 painting done than get a bunch of painting done by myself in silence. Genuinely, that's kind of why, another reason why I started streaming is because, given my schedule, my painting and crafting is super late at night. So it was always just me chilling by myself. And it was starting to get to me emotionally. Planning to prank a royal family during a special event. I don't know how to respond to that. I hope his prank goes all right, but I also hope his prank doesn't involve, like, you know, murder or something. Because that's not a prank. That's a felony. Alright, so this we're just going to cover over about 90% of what we painted with our wet blend of yellow and orange. And the guys are really going to love this. In just a few minutes here, or not a few minutes, in a little bit here before the end of the stream for sure, this paste is going to actually crack and crackle apart and reveal the layer underneath. So this is kind of like doing the subtractive method of painting, or the subtractive method of oil painting, a 3-dimensional object, but without having to. This allows you to do that. And when we say subtractive method, it means laying down a base coat and then doing something above it, and then removing the one above it in order to more properly and to reveal the previous layers. Sorry, I'm over here thinking about colors. Alright, so a little bit is getting on our base rim, but that's totally okay. As with anything acrylic based, we can either wash it off, scrape it off, or just in general, it's very easy to remove acrylic based products. A proper prank should see everyone laughing at the end of it. If all but who got pranked is laughing, it's basically just bullying. That's a really good point. You are 100% right there, Pie Master. So many people end up saying prank when what they really mean is I'm bullying this guy at everybody else's expense. That's a really good point. I think we should do a better job of explaining that to kids. That's just bullying. You're not making a joke. You are you're bullying that other kid. Do I not get to roll any more dice? I have all my dice right here, and I got a natural 20. Alright, where did my d20 go? Wait, I lied. I don't have my dice. I do. It's right here. We're good. We're good. I still got. I can't believe I rolled a nat 20, guys. Okay, cool. So in about 10 minutes, that'll be good. Go away. All right. All right, so here we go. Boom. So aboleths are otherworldly beings. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to go ahead and glue in this just so I can get placement of it. Yeah. And then go ahead and go ahead and work on doing some other stuff around here and probably adding just like a little bit of rocks and such. How does this go in like this or like this? I think it goes in like this. Guess I should have dry fit all of these bits before tonight's stream. Okay, yeah, that goes in like that. Ta-da! The Lord of the Rings commission was 30 models. I guess I'll pull a few more of them on camera. I'm done with all but 2 of the characters that I found. I thought I was done, and then I went to grab them all out of the box to start basing them. Found 3. I found a couple more, which is totally all right. So yeah, this is the Lord of the Rings job. 30 in total, if you include the 5 that I'm basing for him. But I guess we can organize this in a way that makes more sense. We'll put the Fellowship on camera here. And this is Bilbo, not Frodo. That always threw me off. You, go away, go away. And then he did the Gimli. And then the Balrog. Am I on camera here? Yeah. So let's organize these. So we got Skeleton Warriors, the Skeleton Master. We got the Orc Taskmaster. Oh geez, camera, come on. Super bright, but yeah, there you go. Orc Taskmaster, as well as 3 of the Orc guys with whips. And then some rock trolls. Why is it not wanting to focus on these guys? Bro, look at me, look at me. Yeah. So then those. There's more. Oh, the spider is one of the models. He's not done yet. He's very close to done. Need to get some details done on him. And then, is that it? No, there's more models somewhere. Oh, there's 6 goblins that are 100% done. I posted those up on Instagram if you want to see a picture of them. They're over there in my photo area though, and I'm pretty comfy in my chair. But there was also 6 other just normal goblins. But yeah, so this is the Lord of the Rings, and this is the Lord of the Rings Fantasy Flight game called Journeys to Middle-earth. And then I believe the expansion pack that included Descent into Darkness, maybe I think was the name of the expansion pack. It's been a really fun job. Absolutely having a blast painting something other than just D&D, Warhammer, and Warhammer Fantasy and 40k. For the most part, those are about what 90% of my jobs are, which, don't get me wrong, those jobs are the reason that I am able to do what I do. But also, not as many people play those games that don't paint for themselves. You have to paint to such an extreme standard, it feels, for anyone to ever take you up on painting Warhammer related figures. Because it's such a side sect of the community, don't get me wrong. For my own personal models, I'm the same way. I paint all of mine myself for that exact same reason, but you don't get as many people that are casually into the hobby. Kind of like with tabletop games, like this guy, he was like, yeah, I did the painting aspect, but then I just didn't really like it, so I stopped. I'm like, yeah, I respect the hell out of that. Let me paint those for you for like just a couple bucks a model. Is it like $250? I think is the price on those. Yeah, I think $2.50 after I applied like my discounts and stuff. think the discount in this case was literally I'm a little bit slow and I don't have a lot of jobs. With a quarantine and everything, a lot of people that play war games and miniature games have tons of time to paint on their own. So my target audience has been very busy painting their own models. But yeah, if you want models like that for just somewhere between like $2 and $5 each, you let me know. I would love to help you out. Get out of here. Alright, cool. So I was just sanding this down a little bit because I wasn't happy with the fit. That's much better. That is so much better. Okay, cool. So now that looks a lot better. And then let's see if I can zoop. Okay, yeah, so it leans a little bit forward. Oh. That could be an issue. Do I have this backwards? No. It still is not wanting to fit on there very snug. Now my guess is that, yeah, so we had a couple of layers of paint in there over the course of painting him, and that is stopping him from going back onto his nice stand. Oh no, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, so I pinned this model. So it, so where I drilled the model in here, I don't know if you guys can see this. So right here where I added the little hole to pin the model, the excess from the drill as it came out is stopping the, and that maybe a little bit of super glue here is stopping the little plastic clear insert from going, yeah, this is super glue actually. It's stopping it from going back into its little base. There we go. Okay, so let's see if that's a little bit better now. Now when we go to put this on, it should, slots very close. Careful, very sharp, don't cut yourself. Oh man. Okay. I guess that looked really dangerous. Sorry, everybody. My bad. Yeah, no, so we're almost there. We're just gonna go ahead and like so, just kind of carefully scrape the rest of this out of there. I guess I'm gonna bring this down so it looks a little bit less dangerous for you guys. Sorry, everybody. I love how I got multiple comments of that at the same time. It must have looked really, really dangerous. Okay. Albert, when do I get to roll my next dice? I have no information as to what's happening right now, but I wanted to roll dice. It was fun. Okay. There we go. Now we have a nice, good fit. Nice and snug. And then here's our base. And there. So yeah, now we know that we need to make sure that this tentacle right here is outside of the model. So we want to make sure it's to kind of orient it like this. So I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to hold this and pop that off. And we're just going to go ahead and glue this on. Albert may have left, yeah. And I'm just going to go ahead, add a little bit of super glue. Oh, before I actually glue it on there, we're going to grab a little file like this. And we're going to scuff up this base a little bit. Roll a d10 to see how many sites I take from you next time we work together. Okay. John, you always joke about this, and I'm always willing to genuinely take work from you. John works on the same team as me at work. 2. Man, that could have been real bad for me. Yeah. Yeah. Next day, you and I both work, man, at 6 o'clock. After our boss stops paying attention to work, you give me 2 sites. Okay, cool. So now we've just added and scuffed up the base a little bit to give the glue, the super glue here, something to adhere to. And then we're going to take this And then we're just going to press it in like so. And then that looks good. And then we're just going to make sure it fits right. Yeah, good deal, good deal. Oh, wait, oh, wait. So there's where she sits. Yeah, that fits perfectly fine. Good deal. And actually, that tentacle I didn't really need to stress about too much. Good deal, good deal. Okay, so you go away. Then we're going to add a couple of like little debris-y kind of things into the water. I found a joke instead of something to roll. Please give me the joke. How do you get a D&D player to go out with you? Do you tell them they're in a tavern? Do you ask them to roll initiative? I got nothing. That's all I got. High charisma. You roll a persuasion check? Actually, genuinely, yes, you can give me the answer. But if you went up to a D&D nerd and you said, I'm going to attempt to roll persuasion, that probably would get. You ask them for a D8. Oh, for a date. Okay. That's good. That's good. I like that. I like that. A D8. Is a D8 thing? Yeah, it's that one. Okay, cool. So what do I want to add into the base here? I want to add some shit. So they're otherworldly beings, right? So let's go ahead and add. Okay. We're gonna add some Necron some Tesseract glow into the model on a whole, because I really liked the Tesseract glow that we added to the model as we were painting it. I think this was one of my first D&D live streams. But yeah, so we're gonna add a little bit more into the base to kind of tie things all together. So open that up. Grab a nice bigger brush here. Grab some water. Grab some of our Tesseract glow. And see if I want to add it on here. No, I don't. I don't think I do actually. Or if I do, I'm not going to add it with a brush like that. I will add it with a dry brush. And then we're just going to go ahead and add some to the base here. Leaving it really watered down so it kind of pools and separates from itself exactly like that. And this will kind of add a little bit of the extra dimensional being-ish energy things that we have going on. There we go. Nice little cool pool. And then you go over there. We're gonna add some stuff. Is this dark? There's that. Okay. So we're gonna be adding some flock to this. Go ahead and add. So we're gonna add some rocks into our base here. A little bit more glue. Oh, yeah, that is just a Citadel technical paint called Tesseract Glow. It's a really cool fluorescent-esque paint. I really dig the stuff. And it just kind of adds like an otherworldly appearance, which kind of the Abolithic sovereignty are, and as are Aboliths. So then we're just going to add some rocks. Like a portal. Yes, a lot like a portal. So throw some rocks on there. Rocks. Okay, cool. So we're going to leave these sit for like a couple seconds, and then we will shake off them. And this time I like to kind of just press down a little bit. This is Woodland Scenics Talus Gray, size medium. I struggle getting this stuff to stick with just PVA glue. Normally I end up having to use tacky glue, but we'll see. I don't want like I don't want it to look like this, like with it really covered. I just wanted a couple of rocks in there to kind of break up everything, so hopefully that's what we end up with. Yeah, that's perfect. That's actually exactly what I want. Just like so. In fact, that can go like this. All right, cool. Okay, and then this is burnt grass, and you guys are going to see what we do here, because aboleths are also usually found in like deep dark caves. So what we are going to do is, I need that out of the way of my mouth. I have to check to make sure I have enough viewers on Twitch. Yes, 4. Okay, good deal. I always have to make sure. Right now, guys, I'm attempting to make sure that I get Twitch affiliate status, because YouTube partner is something that's probably going to take me a couple of years to get, especially at the rate at which I get subscribers on there. No big deal. But Twitch affiliate is something I can get relatively quickly. So I just have to, when I'm doing these longer live streams, make sure that I have a certain number of viewers. Otherwise, it's really hard to do. You have to have like an average of 3 people to do that. And right now I'm at 4, so good there. And again, not because I'm trying to make this a career in any way, shape, or form, but because I like to do these kinds of things, and I love to do commissions that are basically free or like just straight up for charity. And the only way I could really think to do that kind of stuff is get a little bit extra side money from these YouTube things that I do and Twitch. So we're going to add a little bit of sharing a hobby is fun because people are fun. Yes, 100%. And I love getting to share my hobby. And I will say that if I didn't make money from doing commission painting, I probably wouldn't have all the supplies and stuff to release the amount of painting videos I do, just because I'm a pretty frugal person, and unless I'm going to use it, I usually don't buy it. We're going to add some of this still water here into the base. Perfect. These rocks shouldn't float. If they do, we'll have to pick them out with our little tweezers. Oh shit, is that too much? Nope, that is about perfect. Okay. So we're just gonna grab a thing here. Uh-oh. Here we go. Dr. Pretorius! How are you doing, sir? Rocks floating around a wizard. Oh. Are we talking about that underwater thing again? Because I actually have been having that crack around in the back of my head since we mentioned it. I think I might. Now, if I was going to do an underwater thing, and encase a whole model in it, I 100% would probably just use a straight up resin rather than this. Anything past like 1/8 of an inch or a couple millimeters with this stuff, don't. it's okay. So I've seen it done well, and I believe that it's possible, but it pulls, and when it dries, it does shrink. And especially if you end up using this stuff on a with acrylic paints and the paint isn't sealed, it will pull and crack and pull away your acrylic paint. I was making a D&D terrain board for somebody with a bunch of scatter terrain, and one of the scatter terrain things was a fountain, and I sealed the inside of the fountain, and I painted everything, and then I put that stuff in there, and I poured it pretty deep, like maybe about half of an inch, and it was a small fountain, and it just kind of like separated and cracked, and I ended up just having to fill it in with some clear Gorilla Super Glue. So if you guys do end up wanting to use this stuff, try and keep it thin. Most resin says that it needs to be kept thin, and you can kind of get away with going a little bit higher, but this stuff is not as forgiving as normal resin. I will say that right off the bat. All right, cool. Now, to give this kind of like a little bit of an otherworldly appearance, like it's deep underground, we're going to grab some of this moss. Or what is this actually? So this is Woodland Scenics T62 burnt grass coarse size. And thank you so very much, No Faith. I genuinely appreciate it. I think I only need like, I think now like 10 more followers, and then I can stop stressing about Twitch. When I say stressing, I mean like, I would like to, I think it's a little bit silly that you have to meet certain requirements in order to start doing some stuff on these platforms. Like good example on YouTube, I can't send a message if I have 999 subscribers and I'm not quite YouTube partner yet, because you have to have 1,000 and a certain number of watch hours over a year. You can't send it a message. Like if you guys look on YouTube, you see people's messages to their communities. You can't send those unless you have a certain number of subscribers. I think that's a little bit silly. So I'm trying to be careful here. I don't want to get too much in there. We're just adding a little bit of moss onto the top of the water here. Because I don't know if you guys have ever seen like underground things. There we go. And we're trying to be a little bit careful with not using too much, because this isn't like normal terrain stuff where I can shake it off, because I've put the water in there already. And there we go. Perfect. So there, now we have like a little bit of everything going on in the base. Trying to keep this as level as I can. Are you? Look at the base. There we go. Cool. So it's a little reflective right now, but I can swing it back and forth a little bit. And then that will be there. And then we're gonna have our aboleth sitting on top. Like so. So yeah, we're gonna call that one done. And again, I'm going to very carefully place this model, this base, over behind me so it can dry for the next 15 hours or so. Oh, that was the other thing. When I poured the still water super deep, it took days to actually harden and tack up. It was just pretty impressive. Even the magma drought that I did for you guys in one of the early live streams of the channel, that took a couple of days to get fully dry as well. But I think the issue was I sealed it into an airtight container to prevent stuff from getting on it, and then ended up not enough air circulated in it, so the moisture, I guess, got trapped in there. All right, we are making progress. Okay, let's see. Is the magma dry? Is this Balrog working here? We don't quite have cracks yet, but we'll get some cracks. We're starting to. Yes, that is your magma drought, Pie Master. Good eye, young sir. Yes, it is yours. All right, so cool. We got a little bit of yellow here. I'm still on the fence if I want to use this thing. Maybe I don't. Because I like the idea of him just being in a desert. Yeah, I like the idea of him just being in a desert. And I still need to paint this section. What I'll do is I will spray it and sprinkle a little bit of sand on it because I want this to be a desert air elemental. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do the section where, and then I get to throw this into my terrain bits and bobs and shit box. So you are over there. So we're just going to add some variations to the sand and add a little bit of a dry brush to it to bring up the color again. So I'm going to grab this yellow mixed with a little bit of tan. So I want actually this yellow, this desert yellow. So we have that desert yellow with a little bit of thinning medium, just a drop. Good deal. And then we're going to add a little bit of that yellow, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and mix this up, just like that. And then grab it, get it on our brush, make sure it's a good dry brush, and then we're going to go over this orange. Like so. Trying to kind of bring out those raised details again. There, as you can see. You can see a little bit of difference in areas that have done it a little heavier. And not only are we bringing out the raised details, but if you ever look at most of nature in the natural world, for the most part, not everything is perfectly uniform. Deserts might be a good example of an exception, but we're also... An air elemental just isn't out in the middle of the desert by himself. He's usually guarding a temple or something. So there we go. We're just kind of adding some variations here. Alright. Now, although I am going to paint him, I am also going to temporarily put him on the base here. Just so I get an idea of where I want to do things. So around him I want to do some of the thicker terrain series. Sand, and then this we have just like sand I stole from a child's playset. So we're gonna use both kinds of sand. Oh, this is straight up just like sand. He won't miss it. He's a toddler. At least I think. I don't know how old he is. I don't know him. All right, cool. And then this is if you watched my first ever live stream, I tried to use this stuff and it went terribly. It was just way too big of a grit for what I wanted to use it on. So we're going to go ahead and use it here for this instead. Oh my god, I was so upset. I painted it with like a red oxide and then I sprinkled this on it and it just looked like bird food. I was like, this is terrible. I'm upset. And then I pretty much just like ended this. No, I didn't. I started working on the Magnum Droth after that. Oh man, I was so upset. I was like, that's bad. That looks bad. All right, cool. So with that in place, we are going to go ahead, kind of just give it a little bit of an area to cover. And we're not being uniform, so some areas we're going to go up to the edge. But just keeping it centralized because we want the focus of the model to be the base to bring attention to the model. And I hope, my fellow miniature painters and stuff out there, that you guys are able to get some benefit out of watching these. Or just some enjoyment. Someone to kind of hobby along with. You can always DM me on Discord or anything. Don't want glue on the base of this model. I don't want glue on my shirt either. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I can wash my shirt. I can't wash this model because it's an air elemental and it might hurt the little guy. Oh, I need a box. You're a box. Oh no, but you're full of dirt. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. Alright, there we go. I found a box. Yeah, digital art is awesome. As for shake hands, you should you haven't been to a lot of my streams, but you do know that I actually have a really bad problem with shaky hands. And I have good days and I have bad days. And pretty severe arthritis. So you should try and catch me on one of those shaky hand days. It's just one of those things that after a while you learn with. So I have real bad arthritis in my hands from lots of karate and breaking my knuckles and such, and then not properly setting and letting them heal. And that's caused a lot of issues in my hands. And to be clear, I'm not trying to say that you know, you can do it, suck it up. No, not in any way, shape, or form. Some people can't do that. But yeah, gotta get some sleep tonight. My schedule has been off. Yeah, John, you've been up way too late lately. Get some sleep. All right, cool. So there we go. We added a little bit of variation. And that's perfectly okay that it looks a little bit wonky, because we're going to fix it here in a second. It looks kind of, again, like bird seed in the middle of a vase. But you get some good rest, John. Or Pie Master, my bad. He's told me before that he doesn't mind if I accidentally say his name. Like every single time. Okay, so we're going to grab our stolen sand. Where did I get this sand? I don't think I actually stole it from a child. I would like to think that I would remember stealing from a child. I remember all the other stuff I stole from children. But I don't remember this, so I don't think this was from a kid. I think this might have been from Hobby Lobby or something. So watered down PVA again. So yes, as I was saying, yes, Shadow, getting frustrated if that's your scenario, and it frustrates you because you get shaky hands while trying to do super precise stuff, I get it. I really do. So I'm a person that doesn't easily get frustrated by things. And a lot of people say that they're like really chill and go with the flow, but I'm actually like really, really overly to a fault, just relaxed when it comes to a lot of stuff. And I just kind of laugh when like terrible things happen to the models that I'm painting. But if that's something that frustrates you as like an artist and stuff, I totally understand not wanting to deal with shaky hands and a really precise hobby. I hear ya. So here we are. We're just adding. It's kind of hard to do because the other stuff we haven't really sealed into place yet, but that's the point. We're just adding a little bit of some spots where we can add normal sand, just like normal ass sand. And if this requires moving the other stuff that we just placed down and away a little bit, so be it. No, that's actually what we wanted to do right off from the get-go. So no worries. All right, I'm just gonna clean off our brush on the edge here. We'll have some nice edge sand. Edge Sand, great band name. Called it. I'm on the edge of the desert because I'm Edge Sand. All right. So I don't want to mix up all my flux because sand isn't a flux that you really need a mixed version of, unlike like forest terrain or grass. So we are just gonna dump that back in there. Oh, this needs the lid. Squeeze it close. Okay, here we go. Got it. Yeah. All right, and while this is still wet, we're gonna grab our sand. And I like to just, so when you think about centrifugal force and how it's directly outside the radius of a circle, I like to actually shake these back and forth rather than try and, when it's this fine, like as fine as like sand, I like to shake them back and forth. Because I find I just get a little bit more control if I do it like this, as opposed to attempting to shake it. And we're really going to get it on there in a real heavy layer. When you salt and pepper your meats. Great example. Okay, now we're going to give it just a minute. waiting for like things that we've flocked to settle is one of those things that I don't like to set down and set off to the side, because otherwise you'll get a little bit too much. So this is a good time to remind everybody that you can still vote for what will now be the third dragon in the Colossal Dragon series. I have the blue dragon on its way, as well as the red dragon is a job that I will be completing for somebody, so I will be doing that for the red dragon. But there is still time to cast some votes for what the third dragon will be, because at this point we're looking at probably sometime in the winter we'll be doing that third dragon. So got plenty of time to get your votes cast for what you would like that to be. You can see that down below. Down below you can also see my latest followers. Thank you all very, very much. Make sure to make each other feel welcome. And there is a section in there where if you have PayPal set up, I am accepting donations. Those donations, of course, do not go to me for anything. They go entirely towards these projects to try and make sure that I can get the highest quality possible miniatures. For paints and supplies, I just have those. But for miniatures, I really like getting nice, exciting versions of all the miniatures. And as much as I would like to, I can't really afford to get $20 versions of all of them. So I try and do what I can where I can. But if I was able to get tips and such, is how that works. It would just go straight towards getting nicer models. And I'm thinking about setting something up so that if somebody does give a large tip or a sub or donation, I'm trying to think about all this stuff as just by thinking out loud rather than I probably should be thinking about all this privately. If somebody gives a larger donation or sub gift or something, then I would make sure that I let them know exactly what that money went towards, and maybe incorporate their name or their favorite animal or color into the model that gets painted. Actually, I think that's really cool. I dig that. I'll have to think about that. All right, cool. In the meantime, this is probably good to go. So this is the moment of truth where we're just gonna, and there we go. We have some nice variations in the desert, and ooh, not happy with this right now, but when it dries, I assure you the sand is going to look a lot different. Once it dries, I'll seal it, but you see all these spots that are super dark. This will dry to be a very nice, more like this kind of sand, and then we'll have a nice variation, like a couple of different kinds. But then yeah, right now it just kind of looks like piles of stuff, but we'll blend it all together once, unfortunately with like something as fine as this and as thick as the middle section here, you really have to seal each layer before you go in for the next. And what I like to do when I blend all that stuff together is I like to cover portions of it with another layer of the earth texture, and we'll add in like some desert plants and such. Or not desert plants, some winterland grass tufts, little grass tufts that looks like they might be in a desert. If you look at my Instagram, the Androsphinx is basically the vibe I'm going for this model as well. Actually, I pulled that up because people might not have me on Instagram, and I'm not pretentious enough to believe that people will just go to my social medias if they want to look at shit. Here we go. So the Androsphinx. Pull it up here. Just another one of our D&D monsters. No, don't like it. Okay, I want to zoom in. Okay, so here is the kind of the vibe for the desert that we're going for. Something like that, which is what this will end up looking like, with just a bunch of different variations in color and such. Don't look at her butt. I'm trying to zoom in down there. Yeah, like that. Any other good pictures of the base? Yeah. So that's kind of what we're going with for, that's what we're going for with the cloud elemental as well. My idea is that at the end of the day, when everything is said and done, I'll make a couple of scenic boards incorporating some of the common themes of environmental things for the D&D monsters, as well as their regions. All right, cool. So he's not going to touch his base until everything's dried and sealed. So I almost just chucked this onto the bed. I usually have a chair right there, but it's not there right now. So you go there, and you go here. Okay, that's 3 down. 3 down, 3 down. What are we gonna do now? Okay. What are we at? We are at almost 3 hours. I'm gonna take a brief tenor and stretch out. Maybe make some chicken nuggies, and I will be right back, y'all. I think go say a good night to my wife as well. She's probably going to bed here if she hasn't already. I'll go wake her up and say sweet dreams. No, that's how you get shot. Yeah, chicken nuggets are usually my standard snack, just because they're quick, they're easy. I throw them in the microwave. Don't tell Josh that I ruined my chicken nuggets. Yeah, they're quick and easy, and all I have down here in the basement is a microwave, and I don't want to wake up my wife. Because yeah, it's 1 a.m. She's definitely asleep. I should get some other easier snacks, but I'm terrible, and I hate my body, so I just try and destroy it with food. Okay, that I don't have my D&D character sheet anymore. All right, y'all. I will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, have a great rest of your evening. Alrighty, everybody, give me just about 30 more seconds and we will be back. Hi everybody, we are back. Alright, so I'm going to do myself a favor and reach out to the Spuddies here. See if I can get somebody to jump in here and lurk. Because as of now, I think I have 0 viewers that are not, at least on Twitch. I know that I have my wife's computer upstairs lurking, and then my own personal account. So I think that right now that's the only 2 that I have. No worries, I don't care about that so much, but I want to make sure that keep 3, I think, is what you're supposed to have in order to continue progressing and then unlock really cool stuff. And I don't actually care about the ability to get subscriptions and stuff. Like, ironically, most people care about getting to that affiliate status to start making money on it, but there's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do once you unlock the affiliate, like really cool extensions, plugins, and community things that you can do. And that's kind of what I want. I want more of the community stuff, more so than I actually want any of the financial stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that, but I want to make sure that I set myself up on the right path. Here we go. There's a lot of people here. Okay, cool. Oh gosh. I do computer stuff too, and I'm like just, gosh, oh my goodness. Just copying and pasting is just such a difficult thing. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that call for assistance will help. All right, cool. So let's focus on getting some bases done, because I really I've gotten to the point where I genuinely love our streams. And the moment I hit that click button on Twitch and it doesn't matter anymore, I will stream here literally by myself if I want to, because I know people look at it later on YouTube, which is kind of what makes me very excited as well. But anyway, okay, cool. So next, it's time to check on this Balrog. So looking at our Balrog. Okay, so I was a little bit afraid of this, but this texture paste, okay, focus on this. Okay, so this texture paste is designed to crackle a little bit. You can see it more on this side. Oh wow, sorry everybody. His wings really want to get involved in this. You can see it a little bit on this side a little bit more. You can see cracks starting to form on the base. Hopefully it's going to focus in on the base here. Yeah, there you go. So we're starting to get a couple of cracks. And what I like to do is, especially when I'm trying to do it in a small scale like this, I'll just go ahead and when it's dry, okay, so yeah, it's not quite dry yet, so it's still going to crack a little bit more. But with this in place, we can kind of, as you see there, just kind of pop them up a little bit or expand these cracks just enough to reveal the layer that we put underneath. Now, sometimes with these, I was a little bit nervous because like I mentioned earlier in the stream, this is a really old crackle paint that I bought when it was undiscounted from a store that I don't believe actually does a lot of Games Workshop business. So I was nervous, and I am nervous about it just in general every time I use it, about it not crackling at all. So I usually hit it with a hairdryer while it's drying, and that helps a lot. But yeah, so getting there. Who are we going to base next? If anyone wants to type in chat, we have a bunch of Lord of the Rings figures. We have some orcs as well as members of the Fellowship. We have, I'm not going to say Gandalf because we're not doing Gandalf. I have an idea for Gandalf, but I think we're going to do Bilbo next. So don't type in chat. If you're on YouTube and you're watching, don't type in chat. We're gonna do Bilbo. Because if you say someone else, then I'm just gonna have to stick around here until I do both. Which, no big deal. And Bilbo, I'm gonna try and do an almost Shire-esque theme. So think like green grass and just good vibes all around for Bilbo, I think is the vibe that I want to go with for him, I think. So we're going to start by painting a very bright earth texture, an earth base coat, because as we've gone through tonight, I've been talking about this, but you always want to put a base coat down over your base before you do any kind of flock or effects or something like that, because the last thing you want is after you finished everything to look at your base and see bright ass white showing through. Not good. It's the last thing you want. So as it stands, we need to get a nice bright brown. So we're gonna get the wet palette out of here. Ooh, do you know what would be cool? If I did a third camera, because I end up moving a lot of what we work on off screen. If I had a third camera or something, and then I could set them all off to the side and you could still see them. Because we've gotten a lot done tonight, guys. I don't know if you've realized this, but over the last 3 hours, we've done some pretty intricate basing. And all different, so we're not like just batch doing it, which is usually how I would do it if I was like doing like an army or something. But look at us go. Okay, so we need a bright brown. A more bright brown is going to be something like this. This is Monster Brown by Army Painter. And I tell you what, just because I do want people to be able to see what we worked on, we're going to bring the Aboleth base back. We're going to place it right over there. And then, so I don't need that in screen. So there we go, we have our Aboleth base. We are still working on these guys, but we're going to pull them over. Who else have we done? Oh, we did Legolas and Arwen. And then the Balrog, who I'm going to remove from this. Okay, so if this doesn't end up cracking anymore over the next like 15 or 20 minutes to expose the layer beneath it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through with a very heavy dry brush of black, and then if that still doesn't peel it up a little bit, that's perfectly all right. We'll have the red from the actual texture paste itself serve as the little bits of lava peeking through, and as you can see, we are starting to get a little bit of the yellow to show. And if we want to, so if you really are doing an effect that needs to have the base coat show and you can't get away with it not working, you can always go through with a very sharp knife and just kind of scrape along some of the bigger grooves here. And as long as you're careful and you don't have super shaky hands like I do, and you remove some of these flakes, you'll be able to see it. Actually, yeah, we're starting to see the yellow come through in a couple of these. Awesome, perfect, exactly what we want. So we'll put him there. Actually, I got a recommendation to turn off autofocus, so I'm going to try that. Since I am kind of chilling here a little bit solo, we're going to try and turn off the autofocus. Yeah, but that still is, it's pretty blurry, all things considered. Pre-kick apply, okay. Oh. Oh my. Sorry for anybody watching. Still trying to learn. Oh, I get it. So if it's 0, okay, wait. Ah, too much. Okay. Let's try this. Oh wow, that's really bright. Actually, we're getting there. Thank you, Shadow, if you end up watching this back and you see this. Thank you very much for suggesting the focus adjustment. Okay, shit, okay, so we're gonna print these both back on auto and I'm gonna hit okay. I will actually do some posting and hopefully someone on the Spuddies or like one of my other Discords can help me figure out how to camera. That's something I've never done before. I've never messed around with camera equipment, so we're gonna grab some bright ass brown. But in the meantime, we're gonna carry on, chaps, and just continue painting our models. Or tonight is the basing party still. And so this, we're gonna do a nice bright brown, like this. You see, this gives a much more Shire-esque feel to it. And yes, I know he is holding Sting, and he may not have had that until after he left the Shire, but that's alright. And I'm just now realizing that I keep referring to these guys as the Fellowship, but they weren't the Fellowship because Bilbo wasn't a member of that. So this must have been obviously not during the Third Age actions of the Fellowship of the Rings. This is still the Third Age, I guess, but actually, wait. I think this might just be characters and stuff then, because I'm trying to think of a scenario in which Bilbo and Aragorn were of adventuring age and would have interacted, but with Aragorn's age being 70 something at the same time that Bilbo is around 111, but he did his adventure when he was what, like, how old was Bilbo during the events of The Hobbit? Now I can't remember. I used to know this. 40 something? I don't know. But yeah, anyway, so it could just be a time period thing. which is fine. So this is a Grelin Earth. We're going to use this on some of the orc task slayers, I believe. Yeah. So this is what we're going to use on them. And then, let's see here. We can do Gandalf in a nice snowy base, like when he was, because that's where he defeated the Balrog. I like that. I dig that. Okay. Trying to think what else needs to go in the Shire kind of setting here. Wow. So we'll grab some grass tufts. I love grass tufts. These are so cool. I need to make some more. Well, I need to make some of my own. Now that I have like a static grass thing, I just need to actually sit down and do it. I don't think these fit in. I don't think these serious play ones fit into any of the bases that we're doing tonight. And okay, yeah, so this was a foreign asset Dropbox, and apparently in the UK, you're allowed to put candy in goods and services and packages. But a fun fact about the American society is we're actually, if I'm not mistaken, if you sell a product that doesn't specifically call out in its packaging and stuff that it is food or that it contains food or is primarily food, you can't actually just include like candy in like a toy, or like if you bought a like a Gundam figure in Japan, a lot of the times Gundam toys and stuff come with candy. Maybe not anymore, but they used to. Or just toys come with candy. Now in America we can't do that. It's very odd. But for those of you that are not here, that is interesting because it surprised the hell out of me that this asset drop box that had a bunch of random materials. Think of it kind of like a FabFitFun service or one of those like Evoke bespoke monthly subscription boxes. They can't really come with candy and stuff in them. So, all right, cool. Oh, perfect. So this is part of the Lord of the Rings commission. I was actually eyeing these earlier, and I want to use these, I believe. Yeah, so this is part of the commission for Greg, and you would love to see more videos similar to my Book Nook video. Well, I'm not going to try and pronounce Ravina Samuel. You need to stay tuned. Right now, I'm currently in the process of editing my next video, and it should be posted later this week. I'm going to give a little bit of a caveat here. That video was a terrain challenge that me and a couple of buddies of mine put together to try and make terrain out of very simple materials. Now, I will say this. I've already started September's video, and September's video is a Book Nook, and I sketched out all the ideas, and I've started assembling parts of it. I didn't realize how popular Book Nook was going to be. If you look at my channel, about 80% of my views and watch time are a singular video, and it's actually, in my opinion, the worst video on my channel because of the audio issues. But I can't delete it yet. I can't bring myself to. But yeah, stick tuned. I'm going to have at least one, if not two, Book Nook videos up very shortly. I found a really good Etsy seller that sells those pre-made MDF kits, and started sketching out some ideas. If you would like to suggest an idea for the second one, the first one's locked in, but as long as it is not a Harry Potter Diagon Alley, I won't do that. So many people have done that. I can't do it justice. But Ravina, if you have any suggestions, please let me know what kind of Book Nook you would like to see. I have a bunch of stuff that I could pull out of my sleeve, like a fantasy one, a sci-fi one, like a fairy garden, picturesque view one, Courtstone, goblins, evil monsters. If you have like a favorite fantasy genre, that's really easy to do, or maybe something a little bit more realism, like a sewer system. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I won't do that. I won't do a sewer. But unless you suggest it. You let me know what you would like to see. I'm still a very, very small YouTube channel, and I am wanting to focus on making content for you guys rather than you guys just taking my content and enjoying it. If you can understand the difference there. I want to make what you guys want to watch. Alright, so I'm going to stick with the, is it Huge? Yeah, Huge Miniatures Tufts for this one. This is for Greg, and I don't like those. Don't know. So here we go. Pretty much dry. A little bit. It looks like I missed a little spot there. Right here, just like this. Hey Shadow, welcome back to chat. I just got a request. I don't know. Oh, actually, yeah, you can see both there on YouTube. Someone on YouTube was talking about my Book Nook video, which I was making this small joke. I didn't expect it to be as popular. Honestly, it was the first video I ever made, and it's so I actually re-uploaded that video with better music. And once that video, that version of the video gains a little bit more popularity and a few more views, I'm going to take down that first one, because I didn't think about the potential of doing YouTube seriously at the time, and I kind of got lazy halfway through adding music to it, because that Book Nook was a gift from my mother, and I just started throwing songs at random in there, and some of them are very grating on the ears. I gotta be honest. It's pretty hard to listen to. But I've learned a lot since then. And once I get some more videos up, I try and release one a month. Now that I'm taking this a little bit more seriously, I'm trying to release one a month. And this month's video is a challenge build with some of the guys from a local gaming store called Mavericks, where we're building some terrain and diorama things out of some really basic materials, which I am almost done with, and I've begun editing and voiceover work on. Still writing out the script for the voiceover. And then next month's is definitely going to be a Book Nook of some kind, because I got those Book Nook kits, and the Etsy seller finally came through and got those over to me. But Ravina Samuel suggested seeing more Book Nook style videos. I want to make those. Yes, those are 100% what I want to make. I didn't expect it to be as popular, and I love self-contained little projects like that. Actually, I'm gonna step away for 1 sec. I don't have the right stuff. Is everyone ready to see the messiest thing I own? Because the messiest thing I own is this stupid static grass thing that I absolutely love, but it is definitely the messiest hobbyist tool I own. Jesus. It's just one of those things where I just got it in my head that it would be cool if I did this, and I can't convince myself not to now, even though I really shouldn't, but we're gonna go with it. I just need a conductive piece of metal. Where are my paper clips? Oh, just out of reach. Yeah, Ravina, if you're still watching live, thank you so very much for the feedback. I'm really looking forward to getting to connect with some of you that have found me just organically through YouTube. A lot of the people I talk to on this chat are either miniature enthusiasts locally here to me in Cincinnati, or they are people that I'm friends with on the internet. I'm really looking to connect more with you folks that aren't you folks that are the just generic YouTube community, just to kind of get a little bit more of a feel for what you want for my channel and what kind of brought you to it. I am yes, or met through a friend, Shadow. Yes, exactly. So friends of friends, things like that. I'm trying to get a feel for what I can really do to help you guys. Maybe more videos in a shorter period of time is something that I have heard before, and that up until recently wasn't really a possibility, but let me know and I will make it happen. Like, for example, this Friday, normally I would be painting something, a particular something, but instead what I'm going to be doing is painting something entirely different due to a request from a community member. Now that community member is local to a store called Yada Quest, which shout out to Yada Quest, you guys are awesome. I think I've bought almost every single D&D mini for this series there so far because of your awesome online inventory. I can just be like, hey, do they have this? Cool. I'm gonna go get this now. I love that. If you ever want to know a nice, easy way to get people to buy D&D stuff at your store, Dungeons and Dragons, just post up an entire online inventory. That way the person that's picking it up doesn't have to interact with humans. Okay, cool. So we've laid down a real thick layer of PVA glue mixed with water. And with our static grass applicator, we are going to create a negative charge in the glue. Thank you! Ravina, thank you so very much. I would love to make a project that you particularly would enjoy to watch. So here in the chat, let me know if you have anything that you like are particularly like excited about. Like, do you have a favorite book or a favorite movie? And I would love to make the next video specifically for you. Okay, so just because I want to do this before my glue dries. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the end of this to create a negative charge in the glue and water mixture. And a positive charge is going to be created by this metal thing. You won't be able to see it very well, but in there's got some metal. You can see that creates a positive charge, or it's the exact opposite. No, either way. Opposite charge, and it will allow us to put static grass onto the base here. So we're going to try this. I've never done this on a base before, so. Okay, it is on. I always feel like there's going to be a noise when I turn this thing on, but there never is. There isn't a noise when you turn this on. And we're just going to go ahead and place that there, and then start to shake. And shake this up a little bit. There we go. So there we go. And just kind of carefully going to shake it like this. Okay. And then I just want to make sure to get coverage underneath his feet. Now, I have been struggling a little bit to get the grass to stand straight up on bases this small, but I might do some research to get a more precise application. Okay. Go ahead and get as much of that back in there as we can. But yeah, I'm really glad to hear that's how you found me. I assume you like Book Nook stuff. Let me know what kind of Book Nook you want to see, and I will make it for you. Once I get enough viewers and stuff, I'm going to start giving away all the projects once I'm done with them. because I don't usually need them. The monthly videos, they're usually, actually, I don't think there's a single project that I've made so far that hasn't been a gift for somebody. But if there ever is one, I'm definitely going to give it away to some of my YouTube members. Some YouTube channels like to sell them on like Etsy and stuff, but we're called Good Enough Painting because we want approachable hobby stuff. We don't want stuff that we're going to sell. Yes, you can do this like with tweezers and like tiny little tufts, like which we're going to add some of these little grass tufts. But for the Shire grass itself, I didn't want to do that because, yeah, that is a painfully long process. Okay, so now this grass in here, I don't really have a good way to put it back in here because this requires like unscrew it. So I'm just gonna try and dump it on. Holy shit, that worked way better than I thought it would. Oh my gosh, guys, that was amazing. Ah, there we go. Oh, actually, yeah, let's do a little quick shout out. Anyone want to tell me their favorite books or movies? And because I need ideas for that second book nook. Because the first one, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to spoil it because I've already spoiled my next video. I don't want to spoil my next video. But here's your chance. And if I don't do your idea, it's because I couldn't think of anything easy to do or I hated it. Probably the former, just because I don't hate a lot of things. Except hate. I do hate. I ain't no one got time for that. Okay, cool. So, there we go. We've got it sticking up a little bit, just like that. That's as good as I can ask for. I'm really happy with it. Actually, it's sticking up quite a lot more. It's not quite the way I see some people's look when they're done, but hey, that's good enough. Painting. Good enough painting. And then, oh, okay, perfect. Little guy, do you want to come with me? No, it looks like at some point Greg may have gotten one of these jammed in there, or I just did now. So we're going to carefully, oh, it's already taped in there. Okay. So I'm going to grab this. Okay. Now for these little tufts, I like to add a dab of glue. Ooh, Vampire Academy. I have heard of that. But is it not? It's not an anime, is it? Is that an anime? No, I think it's a movie. It's a movie. Please don't watch the movie. Vampire Academy. What am I? There's so much vampire shit. I can never keep up with it. Alright, so then we place it there on top of the static grass, and then we're going to take our little tweezers, and we're going to weasel it down into the base of this, and then press. Sometimes, like just now, you accidentally poke through the bottom. That's okay. We'll just think of it as clearing a little space for us to fix this mess. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. Ugh, that sometimes happens. And then we're going to go ahead and gently just get the edge down. And if we can't get this on, there we go. Just press it down. Perfect. And there we go. We got Bilbo Baggins. Once the static grass glue dries, I might go through and add another tuft or two. But and this we can't seal with our normal scenic cement. I use a spray. I'm not going to do it at this desk because no matter how hard I try, I can't find a good spray bottle. But this is it. So this is pretty much the exact same as scenic cement. It's made. This one is by Woodland Scenics. It is designed for sealing static grasses. The spray bottle that it came with, however, clogged almost instantly. So I just threw it in an old cleaning bottle. Also, to my YouTube member there, Samuel, if you're still here, would you prefer a more tutorial style video or a just kind of like the Book Nook diorama where I just kind of did things? Would you prefer one that you can kind of follow along with measurements and such? Oh, Last of Us. I just finished. Wait. Let me make sure. Last of Us. Let me make sure I have the right franchise. Yeah. It's so crazy that you mentioned that. I watched somebody finish a playthrough of that on Twitch earlier today. I had never heard of this game. I watched them finish and they did the ending where they set off the nuke. So long as that's this game. Yeah, that's this game. A tutorial. Definitely tutorial. If it's something where people want to follow along, I've never thought about somebody wanting to remake something that I've made. And that's a confidence issue on my part. I need to do better about that, about giving myself credit. But yeah, I will try and make the tutorial, make it a little bit more tutorial style, and make sure to provide links to where I buy things. Because if I were to make another Book Nook, I would make sure to make it a little bit more approachable from a tutorial standpoint. So this month's video, actually you could probably, if you play Magic the Gathering and you have cardboard, you could probably follow along with this month's. But I do use some stuff that I can't really easily suggest to somebody in a tutorial. I'm really happy with parts of this next video coming up. But Last of Us, that's a really good idea. I'm going to write that down here. No, actually, I'm just going to put that in my idea folder here, because that's a really good one. Thank you so very much, Samuel. That one and what was the other one? Vampire Academy. Because honestly, the Book Nooks, I can probably crank those out in like a couple days. So keep the ideas coming, guys. I really like those ideas for dioramas, because I always have like at the same time that I have a million ideas, I also have none. It's a great problem to have, I guess, but I have like a million ideas and then no way to really realistically do any of them. All right, so we're gonna grab some black. Paint. Where's my black paint? There it is. Oh, I mean, Vampire Academy. You'd be surprised what you can do with like a Book Nook. Any scene taken, any like major characters being put in there. You'd be surprised what you can do in some of these Book Nook things. Alright, so I'm prepping up my dry brush, and that I'm doing just with a cheap makeup brush that I bought online. And without wetting down my paint at all, I'm just getting the paint into the bristles, so that when I do that, I get just a little bit of paint. So like, if we're going to do it here, let's do it on my hand. So like, here's the surface that I'm painting. I want to be able to do this and not get just like solid streaks of paint. I just want a little bit. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take it and we're just going to drag it back and forth approximately 1,000 times on all these areas like this. Now when it gets a little bit too dry, we're going to smush more into our brush and then test it on our hand. Like so. And this dry brush is going to do two things. One, it's going to help open up the cracks and crevices of this texture paste that started to crackle a little bit. And two, it is going to open up these gaps a little bit more so you can see the base coat that we put underneath there, which was the yellow and the orange mixed together, but like this. So we want that. Focus in. Yeah, kind of like that. And we're being just a little bit rough with this because we want to try and get a little bit more of the paint up. Yeah, okay, cool. Balrog done. What's next? You're next. Okay, so where is... in here? Where did I put that bag with the snowman on it? I'll find it later. Okay, cool. So I can't find that bag that I was talking about that had some of these already prepped out. Little cork rocks. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make some. So this is Battlefield Rocks. It is a material by a company called Army Painter. And what we're going to do is you can use this stuff just as it is, and it looks pretty good for debris. But what we're going to do is we are going to find a couple of bigger pieces. And all this stuff is just shredded up cork. So if you wanted to, you could just take a normal cork board and kind of shred it up. I'm not seeing any big pieces in here. Come on. Maybe? No. Well, damn it. Okay. We're going to go to plan B. Okay. Okay. Plan B is actually to use my Battlefield Rocks because I seem to have a lot more bigger pieces in it than Mr. Greg's had. It's odd. Alright, so let's grab 4 decent sized rocks here. You're too big. You're too skinny. You're good. You're a good sized rock. And you. Okay, cool. So 4 of these, and we want to make sure that they make sense for scale on the model. So that looks good. And then we can put one back. Nope. We can put one back here. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we'll do those 2. And you are too big, so we're just going to rip you in half. And since it's cork, we can just rip it up if we want. And, oh yeah, this one has a slightly different base model. So this one, we'll put a guy here, a little rock. And then another piece of rock in the back. And the reason I like to do one in the front and one in the back is it actually has a purpose. It's not just to fill up the base. It's to prevent that effect that when you look through the model's legs. So if you put just something in the back, in the front here, it's going to be hard to explain what I'm talking about. So we'll put something just in the front. It looks too busy in the front, but if you put some more clutter in the back, you guys really aren't going to be able to see what I'm talking about, I don't think. Okay, so but when you put some clutter in the back as well, you can't just see straight through the model's legs and to the other side, and then it doesn't look, it looks less like a model on a base and more a character or a creature taken out of its natural environment, out of the real world almost. Because we didn't front or back load the base enhancements. Accents. That's the one. All right, cool. I'm not happy with the color on these, and neither, I do remember Mr. Greg told me that he didn't like the color on these. So what we're going to do is we're going to fix that by just, since this is cork, we're just going to put them onto this bent paper clip, like so. And we're going to repaint these. Ow. Well, I cracked that one in half, that's fine. Okay, so these are a little bit small to be poking things through, so we're going to do this different. We're going to grab this. That really hurt. And we'll just paint them on some tack. So this is the giant, the larger model holder from Citadel Paint. I figured out what it's good for, guys, and that is for blue tacking things too. Because God knows I was never going to put a giant model on this holder just because, like, that just looks like it's going to fall over at any given point in time. It's so, so unsteady. So I found what it was good for, and that is as a big old base to blue tack stuff too. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to put some of the blue tack down, like so. And then we're going to take our rocks, we're just going to stick them on there, like so. No, like this. Yes, and you. Making sure to remember that the side that is down is going to be the side that is down on the model. It's like this, yeah, that's fine. Ta-da, just like so. Okay, cool. So once we have that done, I can't believe that stabbed into my thumb. Oh, I am bleeding a little bit. We're just gonna go ahead and apply a little bit of super glue. There we go. Just a little bit of super glue, a little bit of a wet paper towel. We press, and there we go. We've just sealed the cut right up. Yeah, fun fact. For any of you miniature painters out there, you already know this because this weird fact has been shared a million times in our community. But for those of you that aren't, super glue was originally a surgical tool used by wartime army field doctors. It was used to quickly seal up wounds like this. So you can see right there, I was bleeding a second ago, and now I'm not because I just sealed it up with some super glue and I pressed it closed, and it'll clot in there. And actually got a little bit of the cloth in there too. So basically, if somebody shoots you, ask for some Gorilla Glue. Problem solved. Oh. Now I'm thinking of is zombie dioramas. It's such a good idea. Oh man, I need to think of a good scene or something to do. It's just so tough with franchise stuff or like video game things because there's so many scenes and stuff. Like the BioShock diorama. I was probably at the drawing board for a full 10 hours trying to find a good idea and a good thing that kind of encapsulated everything that was BioShock in it. It's very difficult. All right, first thing we're going to do is Underdark Gray, which is actually a Army Painter primer. Yeah, I believe so. No, this is. I like to use this primer for this. I knew it was the tiny bottle D&D Primer. I just couldn't remember which one was the primer. No, it will not. The wound will not be able to heal. I will clean out that super glue in a little bit. That is a very good question, and something I probably should have mentioned. Your body will, as if it's a shallow cut, like if you cut yourself with an X-Acto knife, yes, your body, as you shed layers of skin around it, you will lose it. But if you stab into your thumb, like I did just now, I will have to dig out that that glue and that little bit of cotton here in a bit. That is a very good question and a very good point. Especially considering it may have sounded like I was encouraging people to put super glue in cuts. Obviously don't. You should disinfect with Neosporin and then clean it thoroughly and make sure to apply a dry bandage and gauze to your wound. I tend to get a little bit flippant when I am talking about things, and that's a good thing to make sure to remember, because a lot of you don't know me very well, and you may not realize when I am joking. And that is definitely a joke. I did it tonight because I was being a little bit lazy. To be frank and honest with everybody, I was being a little bit lazy. I should have taken the time to go clean that out and make sure it wasn't, well, it's not too deep, but it's also one of those things where I'll probably wake up my wife doing it, and I don't want to do that because she's upstairs asleep. She has to work tomorrow, and I do not. So, yeah. It is crazy. I work a very nice desk office job, and it's crazy that I don't work Monday through Friday. I'm very lucky to have the schedule that I do. Alright, cool. Gray. So we're going to paint all 4 of these gray. And we're just applying a thick, just a coat of this. So this is, I normally don't use brush on primers because they're notoriously difficult and they clog up details. But given that this is terrain or basing extra materials, no problem. We're just gonna clog it all up. We're literally making rocks, guys. And it's a good excuse to use paints that I normally wouldn't use. I wonder how everyone would feel about potential giveaways on the channel. Because there's obvious ones like giving away the Dungeons and Dragons figures. That might be a good thing to do. Because I do the Friday night streams every week, where I paint monsters from the Dungeons and Dragons Monster Manual. There might be something where I put up a sub goal or something, and then give the model away at the end of every X number of subs. I think that would actually be a lot of fun. Yes, I guess, yeah, I could also give the option for somebody to grab an older model. That would be a good one. And then just make sure that it's posted everywhere that they pay shipping, because I know for a fact a lot of my audience is based out of the UK on YouTube, because that would be important. Although wait, no, because you'd have to sign up through Twitch. Oh no, because signing up through Twitch. Okay. If they would be watching on Twitch, because I can't do a giveaway through YouTube. At least not yet. Okay, thank you to any of my YouTube folks that are watching still. I really appreciate it. I know you folks that watch on Twitch are used to watching people do things for many, many, many hours. But to you YouTube folks, yes, thank you. Or so, time zone, I think, since you do stream at 7 a.m. or so, if they live where my friend lives in the UK. Are they, how far ahead of us are they? Are they 8 hours ahead of us or 9? 5 to 7? Okay, yeah. So then, right now it's 7 a.m. Okay. Alright, cool. So now we've base coated them in gray. These little rocks are going to need to dry. And we'll set the ogres off to the side for now while those dry. what is next? I think we are at the 4-hour mark, and I think next we are going to give a quick recap of everything we've done. Call it a night on the live stream. I'm going to still work on this stuff for a couple more hours, but I'm kind of hitting that point where I don't really have much else to say, and I need to get cranking on these. So if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, thank you so very much. Let's go through what we did tonight. Here we have the where's my, let's grab this. So here we go, the Balrog base. And of course we'll go back through and paint up all of the base rims in black to make them look a little bit better. Here we have the Aboleth base. Kind of a little spookiness to it. And otherworldliness. Here we have Bilbo Baggins. And Legolas. I should have painted all of these base rims black, because they look a lot better once they're painted in black as we went. And Arwen. So we also put a base coat down on some of these models of the Agrellan Astrogranite Earth debris, Astrogranite debris, and I'll figure out what I want to do next on those, but we did that for this gentleman as well as the skeleton warriors. And last but not least, like upload my normal videos. I do those once a month and I don't have a date in mind, but these live streams, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Ravina, I do these live streams twice every week, on Tuesdays and Fridays. On Tuesdays, I do something different. Usually, I do a different thing every week, usually, or every other week. So this week, I'm doing a bunch of bases for models because I'm behind on it. Like last week, we did some painting. But every Friday, we paint a monster out of, if you're familiar with the franchise, Dungeons and Dragons, the Monster Manual. So where are my monsters? Guys, I had monsters. Where'd all the monsters go? Okay. So every Friday, we paint up something out of the Monster Manual. So sometimes they're creatures like this, and sometimes they're things like this lady, who is an assassin. And it's hard to tell right now, but there is actually the same water, still water effect. That's why it's in this little mold, to prevent it from leaking out the sides. And tomorrow I'll pull it off. So I think that's what all we did. But yeah, Ravina, and you can check out these videos. They're in a playlist on the live section. I would highly recommend checking out the more recent ones. I've learned a lot in the past couple of months from streaming. But yes, it's all on there. I paint live twice a week. There will be a special live stream for celebrating 100 viewers on YouTube here in the next week or so. I would think that's going to be on a Friday night. No, it's not. It's going to be on a Thursday night. But yeah, I'll be doing stuff like that. Maybe in the future I'll also do some sneak peeks at my next monthly video. But as for the monthly videos, there isn't a particular day that I upload them because I'm getting better at it, but I can't put a schedule. Okay, good deal. I wanted to make sure. I'm always so bad at pronouncing names, and I'm also a little bit sensitive to it. My last name is D'Antonio, shortened from Diavanage Antonio originally, so I get a lot of mispronunciations of my name, and my wife's name is Oriana, so she gets everything under the sun. Oriana, Ariana, pretty much everything. So I'm always like trying to make sure I get that right. But yeah, no, I really hope to see you in future ones, Ravina. I am a huge fan of everything that my YouTube community has said about my stuff so far. I am going to actually, after this, I'm going to get my sketchbook out. I'm going to try and see if I can find a good vibe for a Last of Us zombie book nook. And I'm also going to take some time to dig out the super glue and cotton in my finger. I get some of my last name too. It's just you're not able to pronounce correctly if you're not French. Oh yeah. There's always those two. Oh wait, I missed something. Dr. Praetorius. Some mistakes were made, but I was able to correct. Oh, I missed your last message. I got all the wheels and treads on Plagueburst Crawler done. Oh man. Dr. Praetorius. Or No Faith. I think. Yeah. Either one. Oh man, if that's you, super awesome. Yeah, it is. It's No Faith. Way to go, man. I'm always super excited to see the stuff that that you post up and you print and you paint. I love the nice, clean Death Guard look that you've been getting in a lot of your stuff that you've been posting up on our forums and stuff. Really, really cool stuff. Yes, I am very excited for that video as well, actually. So I'm going to give everyone here that stuck around a sneak peek at the current video I'm editing. So it's oh no. I just made a giant mess. It's fine, I'll clean it up later. Oh, I'm a big old dunce head. Oh my god. Jesus, I just knocked over a thing of static grass. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, so this is a sneak peek at the next video. So the next video is part of a terrain challenge that my friends and I did, and we challenged each other to use basically a bunch of garbage to create some really cool terrain things. And I chose to take my garbage and I made a mobile wizard's laboratory and study. So I made all of these scrolls by hand. Now I don't, depending on editing, I might make a separate video on how I made these scrolls and these little books. But I made all of these by hand using just cardboard and a box of Cheerios. To be clear, I used the box, not the Cheerios. I created these two little bookcases with that we're going to be putting some books on, as well as this tertiary bookcase, I guess you could call it, and a little table. And I might just make a huge mess here, but I'm actually really excited to share this with you guys. So I'm going to very carefully move everything out of the way. Hey! Kokula! How are you doing? So excited you came to join us. Bro. Kokula, I think I'm going to level with you, man. Or female, I don't know what your gender is, and I won't assume, but I think you joined at the end of last week's stream too. Like, literally while I was doing my wrap up. I'm so sorry. I promise I'm not doing this on purpose. I think I will try and remember to start my streams a little bit later so that you can watch a little bit more of them. I think the Friday one starts a little bit later. Okay, cool. So that's part of what's going into this build, and I'm just sharing this with all of you that are still here with me live, because from what I can tell, nobody really watches my live streams after they're up, so I won't spoil my next video. Plus it's going to be up in like a couple days. But so that's the inside of the wizard's laboratory, and then for the outside we got the cardboard boxes that you get Magic the Gathering cards in, and you're making a new video. What kind of video are you making? I didn't realize you made videos. I don't know who you are. I hope I don't know you from somewhere else, and I should know the name Kokula. Really sorry. I see that I have notifications in Discord, so I assume that is somebody saying that they were joining my thing. Okay, somebody just direct messaged me a phenomenal project idea. Actually, that one's so good that I'm going to keep that a secret. I'm going to keep that a secret because that's such a good idea. I was told not to look at it yet. I already looked at it. Okay, so what I did was I took the boxes and I attached them together, and ignore that. Those bits need to just... those need attached on the side here. I'm recording as I'm going, so I'm almost done. And I made some stone textures. Ugh. And we, okay. Can I do this without just breaking everything on my desk? No? Cool, we're just gonna break everything on my desk then. Alright, so I created a stone... What is this? Where did this come from? Oh, it came from over there. So this is the stone outside, and then on this side we're gonna have wooden slats. And again, I just made all of this out of either thick cardboard called a chipboard or just garbage boxes. And to make it a mobile wizard's laboratory, what I did was I created these little feet that will attach to the bottom and actually support it in the air. So we'll support it kind of like this, as though it walks on these tiny, dumb little legs. And on top of it, now I didn't actually record, and this will not be in the video because there is another YouTuber called RP Archive who I actually just followed his tutorial for this, or most of it. I created this little contraption here that acts as a little bit of a crane. If I continue to follow the tutorial, you can actually make a functional one of these that lifts things, but I didn't need to do that all the way. So this goes on top. So it kind of works like that. And then you have little feet on the bottom, suspending it up in the air. Come on, lighting. There we go. So it kind of looks like that. And then you can have like a little chain, and it just looks like it's a little mobile wizard's laboratory, and he's off hunting for treasures. And I'll show you how I'll show you guys how this all fits in here. So this goes in there. So this will be like that, like the little table. No. You stay in there just like that. I don't have time for your nonsense. And then these go in here. And it was a lot of fun doing a build in which I was super limited on materials. Normally I would make a lot of really beautiful things out of foam, like XPS expanded polystyrene foam, or use a lot more of like plaster casted things. But for this challenge, we were challenged to use only like a few materials, like cardboard and glue, and paint. And then I have to add the books into this bookcase. But it'll look something like so. Go away. There we go. Like so. Fun little build. I need to paint the inside as well, but we are almost done. I'm going to catch up on video editing today, and then over the next 2 days I am going to record as I edit, and then I will do all of the video voiceover on Saturday, and from there the video will be up probably next Sunday, I would like to say. But it was a fun build. Yeah, these little feet. I love how I said I'm going to give a sneak peek and I just spoiled the whole thing, so still watch the video, please. I need to do better with my videos on YouTube. Every video has been a little bit better than the one before it, but that Book Nook one has still taken the cake. I might just go to making a couple more Book Nook videos, because these really crazy dioramas, they take so much time, and they take a lot of time, guys, and a lot of thought. Whereas the Book Nooks are very easy because it's very defined. But anyway, thank you all very much. I'm actually just going to leave this on my desk because I'm going to be working on it after tonight's live stream. you all have a phenomenal rest of your night. If you ever want any miniature diorama or commission painting services, you hit me up and we will figure out a price that works for you. You would be surprised how cheap it can be, especially when you consider how much fun I have doing this. This is great. But let me know if you guys ever need anything. In the meantime, keep building, keep crafting, keep making sure that you are enjoying what you are doing. Because no matter how well you do something, I'm always going to think it's good enough. And I hope that you do too. Because even though, frankly, at the end of the day, I'm not super happy and proud of this project in particular, this was a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun to build with a couple of friends and do the best that I could with it. Now, I still have a little bit of ways to go, and it's given me some really good ideas for some future builds. But as it stands, I'm really happy that I continued to finish it. And I'm really happy that I'm going to continue to finish it. In the future, please hit me up on Fridays, because we do the Dungeons & Dragons model painting, and Tuesdays, live as well, about 9:30 to 10:30 Eastern time, and somewhere between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Eastern time on Fridays is when I start the Dungeons & Dragons, because I work a day job, so that's about when I get off work on that day, and I just don't work on Tuesdays. I only work my day job on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Those are the only days I'm in office. But yeah, I can put this aside for now. Let me know what you want to see, and let me know if there's ever anything I can do to help you. You all have a great rest of your evening, and I will catch. There was something else, and I keep sputtering on because there was something else I want to say. Oh yes, if you want to super help this channel, check out my Twitch page. It is the same, just at Good Enough Painting. Once I get to 50 followers on there, I'm able to do some really cool stuff that's really going to help hopefully fund some really good projects for the channel. If you have half a minute, go over there, give me a follow on Twitch. I don't think I will ever really be monetizing anything. Twitch, I might be able to get some donations to help fund models, but being able to get some ad revenue on Twitch and YouTube would be really, really awesome, just to kind of help. Because this is some of the stuff is really cheap and some of it is not. So anyway, that's the only plug I'm going to do. Do you have anything or you have ideas? It is not linked below, but it will be if you give me 25 seconds. That's a good point. Ugh. Copy. That's a really good point. There. I just sent the link in chat, and I'm going to link it into the description of the video. I need to remember to do that. Thank you for reminding me, Ravina. I need to update my description for the live streams to include the Twitch. Once we get those, once we get to 50 followers, I'm going to be doing a couple of really cool streams involving giant dragons. So if you like miniature painting, come and check those out, because all the stuff that we have here today is stuff that I've painted. Anyway, I'm going to stop rambling, and I'm going to go over to switch over to video editing mode and hopefully get some of the stuff knocked out, as well as clean up the giant colossal mess that has become my desk over the course of this live stream. Oh geez, let's see here. Yeah, just stuff everywhere. So we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of tidying up here and then get back into recording mode. You ought to make a big deal about choosing the recipient of the D&D models. Yes, so the raffling off of the D&D models was something I originally wanted to do right off the get-go, but I also didn't want it to be a scenario in which there was only ever 3 people involved, and up until the last couple weeks, there have only ever really been 3 people consistently in my live streams, and I wanted to give... I just didn't want to be giving away these models to like my friend, my wife, or my other friend every single week. So I have a pretty big backlog of the D&D miniatures, My original plan for that series was to donate it all in a giant batch to like an after school program or a local gaming store, but after doing some assessing, donating 450 models is a little bit of a, not, I won't say a hassle for me, but it's just, it just doesn't seem like a good realistic thing to do, and plus it's going to take me years to paint everything. When I say raffle, I mean ticket off give. I would love to give it to a charity event. If you have any good ones, please let me know. The other option would be to just sell it and then donate the money for the Friday night live streams, which, yeah, or sell outright for charity. Yes, I think these are all really, really good ideas. I just need to get to a point where I have a good idea of what I want to do with all of these models, because I'm about to finish the A's, and actually there are some local conventions and things around here. I might be able to sell them there, actually. Anyway, more ideas. There are very similar things done for Warhammer 40k, yes. But I definitely need to think about these things and maybe keep my answers more private, because the last thing I want to do is say that I'm going to do something for charity and end up not. That would never be my intention, and I really hope that nobody ever feels that I do something like that, because that would be obviously not ideal. I kind of tend to do this thing where I think out loud and I maybe idealize what I could be doing and what I would like to do, and then sometimes realism sets in. For example, I would like to donate everything to an after-school thing that teaches children how to play Warhammer. Realistically, I wouldn't be able to do that every month the way that I would have maybe said that I wanted to, financially. And then that just makes me feel bad. So I always like to think about these things out loud, and I love your guys' ideas. Especially, I do like the idea of selling off D&D models and then giving the money to charity. Maybe something related to children's gaming. I don't know. I'm always open to ideas. If you go to Twitch, there is a suggestion box, and whatever you post there isn't public. So if you want to send me a direct suggestion, you can go ahead and either put it in there, or you can email me. It's just goodenoughpainting@gmail.com. If you have any suggestions or thoughts or ideas, or frankly, if you want to buy one of the miniatures, I will say 100% that the miniatures from the Monster Manual painting series, if I end up selling any of them, it will be to either buy more monsters for the series, or it will be to donate or give to a good cause. I have a day job, and I love my day job, and I have a good day job. This is just for fun right now, and it will never be more. I will never want to do this for a living. Anyway, thank you all so very much for joining me. I do need to hop off, otherwise I will just continue to talk. So thank you so much, and have a great evening. Gotta turn off the stream.